Hello everybody, and welcome. Welcome to another Monster Hunter stream. I hope you guys are doing well tonight. My name is Ristretto. If it's your first time here, then welcome to the stream. I hope you're down to watch some Monster Hunter tonight. If you've been here before, then welcome back. I appreciate you coming by tonight, and I hope you guys are down to watch some Monster Hunter World. Last night we took on our first two Elder Dragons in this playthrough of Monster Hunter World. We hadn't fought Teostra or Kushala in a couple of years, but they went okay. They were pretty alright fights. I liked their moves. I wish they'd been a little bit more aggressive, but in general I enjoyed them. They weren't super pushover, at least not with our current gear. Yeah. So tonight we're going to be taking on Vaal Hazak, and then whatever comes after Vaal Hazak, we'll see what opens up to us. That's kind of the plan for the evening. I'll probably do a quick expedition to warm up. Give folks a little bit of time to get here before we take on Vaal Hazak, and give us a little bit of time to jam out to this lovely dose OST that we have going on. But yeah, I hope you guys had a nice day today. Today was my first day back at work. It was slow. I did some editing of last night's VOD. I did some reading. It was a nice time. I hope you guys had a nice day too. All right, I'm gonna take a moment here. I'm gonna go ahead and give you guys some beans here in the chat. I'm gonna go ahead and take a moment and say hello to you guys as we jump on over to the game itself. So, hello Crimson Gunner and Weeb with Coffee. Hello Marth's Tip and Ajakes. G-Man of Gambit, you poor soul. Wish me luck. Welcome to the stream, and thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. I hope you're down to watch some Monster Hunter here tonight, because that's what we're going to be doing. Let's see, who else is here? I know Viotech is here. Welcome, Viotech and Game God Hunter. Welcome, Ice Tea Trinker and Cold Brew 420. It's good to see you. Happy New Year. Hello, Ninja Frog. Hello, Full Metal Dragon. Full Metal Dragon, thank you so much for the sub. Cheers. 6 months is a long time, so I appreciate the support from that. I hope you're enjoying the streams. I think that's everybody. If I missed someone, I truly didn't mean to. Maybe I missed Lord Castellian. I think I may have. Lord Castellian, enjoy your programming puzzles. Stream title should be first Vaal Hazak clear. We'll see. I anticipate it'll be actually a little bit more troublesome than Kushala Daora or Teostra were, just because we're not going to be using any miasma armor or decos, but we'll see. How does one use beans? Cold Brew 420, you can hoard them like a dragon and just kind of see how many you've got by typing !beans. You can also use them on the store. We have a lot of different items there, and you can redeem one by doing redeem, let's say, neat.
Neat.
And it'll play a sound effect. Hello, Arbok. Are you playing Baba Is You, Lord Castellian? I know it's not a puzzle, like a programming puzzle. Or something like that. Hi, Psychotic. Hello, Arbok. Baba Is You is like the closest I can think of to like a logic puzzle game. Alright. Seems like more people are getting access to Frontier. Do you plan on getting back into it at some point? I would love to stream that game again. I'm going to be waiting until the primary, like, private server group that's working on restoring all functionality to Frontier has their finished client before I bring any attention to it myself. Hello, Schmegel Eskimo. Welcome. Exapunks. I've heard the name before, but I don't know much about it. Okay. I think I'm going to go on an expedition out to the Coral Highlands. We want to gather some more Kirin tracks. Yeah. Ninja Frog, when it comes to Frontier, I'm of the opinion that, like, obviously, there's a lot of monsters and a lot of content there that we all are looking forward to experiencing again someday when Frontier opens back up. Any publicity right now has the vague possibility of Capcom deciding to issue cease and desists to any, like, private server groups that are working on it. They've done that with other games in the past. They could do it with Frontier, and it'd be an awful shame if a lot of the stuff hadn't been re-implemented yet before there was like a threat of legal action or something. So I want to wait for one of the groups that's restoring a lot of the functionality there to be done before I dip back in. And hopefully that'll be sooner rather than later. You beat Vaal already? No, it's just the victory theme playing. Asking because you thought you might want to get into it a little early. If I was playing solo, I'd consider it, but even then, from what it sounds like, playing it once it's fully done is going to be really satisfying and fun. There's going to be different options, whether you want to play through it with a rebalanced progression or whether you want to play through it in like a post-update state. Right now, it's kind of just left how COG left it at the end of things, which is a little bit unbalanced. Sort of like Iceborne is, to be honest, or Base World is, to be honest, where you have to avoid some of the progression breaking gear if you want to experience the game. So yesterday we beat Teostra and Kushala. I don't know if I'm going to make their armor or not, or anything from their armors or not. It kind of depends how much time we're going to spend here in high rank, I guess. I would say so, walking on the sun. If you're done with the game that quickly, yeah. And if it's, I guess, 17 hours in 2 days, yeah, that's a lot. Hey, Jack, welcome. Okay. Like I said, we're going to do an expedition out to the Coral Highlands here in a minute. Gather some Kirin tracks. Hunt some monsters out there. This whole soundtrack's so good, Marth. That's part of why we're doing a warm-up quest. It's partly because I actually want to warm up, and partly because I just want to listen to more Dose. Did you miss Vaal? Nope. We were going to do Vaal last night, but my internet died. So I actually reset. I didn't save. So we're going to get to see the Vaal cutscene again. Have you heard this track in person yet? What is this, Jumbo Village? Once, yeah. So we're going to do a warm-up hunt, and then we're going to do Hazak here. Out to the Coral Highlands, where there is a Legiana, a Devil Joe, and a Tzitzi-Ya-Ku. I think we're going to hunt the Tzitzi-Ya-Ku and the Legiana. There's some pretty special parts as you play through Dose, Marth, from what I understand. The game you're binging is Psychonauts 2, just got it on Steam yesterday. Aiming to 100% the game before Rise launches on PC. Godspeed, that sounds like a lot of game to play. I don't know the scope. I don't know much about the scope of that game personally, but I wish you luck. I hope you have fun. My character looks like Old Man Cotton. I don't know who that is. Let's take off the head armor for a bit. I don't know if I really like the Nergigante armor that much. I do like our Pompadour. I don't know, I don't usually have Pompadour characters. This is my first one. That Legiana emote is cute, you need it. That is Crystal Time Gear's emote. You would do all the sub to them. Crystal does stream Monster Hunter sometimes, specifically Monster Hunter Stories, a lot this year. But they also stream some other games as well. Getting clues about Kirin's existence without any clues about how to unlock them makes you a little sad. That makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. I'm okay with just finding some tracks in the environment. Cotton from Rage gaming videos. Gotcha. I don't personally watch their channel, but neat. Neat their character looks like theirs. I don't end up watching that much video game YouTube, to be honest. I watch a lot more like technology YouTube, I guess. Computer YouTube. Sometimes old computer YouTube. Goodbye, Shamos. Not this again. We're having some issues. I'm gonna take down the stream. I'll be right back up, and I'll see you guys in a moment once I've resolved these issues. We'll take on this expedition, or we'll probably just take on Vaal Hazak here in a moment. I know my webcam isn't updating. Rather than have this happen a few times, I'm gonna restart the computer and hope that resolves any issues so we can have a nice stream here. I'll be back up in a minute. See you guys then. Oh, you guys can't hear me. My mic's muted. There we go. Oi. I'm sorry for the issues, you guys. Technical difficulties. Hello, Parsec Mech. You know what I say about streaming. Streaming is a never-ending series of technical difficulties. Hopefully that'll be the last one. Restarted the computer. That's what fixed that issue the last time we had it. Back out to the Coral Highlands we go. You can see me and hear me. Sick. Parsec, I hope you're doing well tonight. We're here, we're going to be doing a quick expedition to warm up, and then we're going to be taking on Vaal Hazak. Any clue what causes that? Just that I have I have a weird PC setup, and sometimes weird stuff like that happens. Essentially, we're running the game, the stream, and a local recording, and all the other programs on the PC off of a laptop that has 2 GPUs inside of it. It has a dedicated GPU that's running the game and encoding the stream. It also has an integrated GPU. All of that is connected to several monitors over a Thunderbolt dock. So there's like a couple different things that could be going on that's a little weird. I also have mismatched RAM, which is something. It's officially supported, but it's mismatched, so it's a little weird. So there's a couple different things that could be making our making our setup have some issues from time to time. I haven't had this many issues with a computer in a while. This computer is a good computer, but it's definitely not super stable. The setup sounds so scuffed. The thing is, like, it's scuffed when it has glitches, but the rest of the time it's really nice. It's a computer with literally one plug connected to it that's connected to all the stuff I use to run the stream, and then I can unplug the computer and take it to work with me and edit videos. It's really nice. But then it also has some issues, and that's less nice. To anybody who I didn't get to say hello to already, like Arson Dax, welcome. I hope you're well tonight. I'm gonna go ahead and I guess I'll give you guys some beans for hanging around while I was offline there. Double stream startup beans. This is right about where it freaked out last time. Let's see if it does it this time. Doesn't seem like it's going to. Nah. You like the face freezes we get? Some good memes. You never know what kind of weird jank you're gonna get with Windows. Poor Tzitzi-Ya-Ku. Oops. I don't think I did, Martz. I need to look at those clips. I apologize I haven't gone through. I know you spent some time making some new clips for us. This poor Tzitzi-Ya-Ku. I thought I saw a roar effect, and I was scared because I thought Devil Joe was here. Coral Highlands is your favorite zone in World, so pretty. It is quite nice looking. I think both it and the Rotten Vale are very, very creative. Elder's Recess is too, to be honest. Ancient Forest is kinda, so is Wildspire Waste, but in ways that are a little bit more traditional to Monster Hunter. I think Coral Highlands is definitely the prettiest. In a game that has kind of a more muted color palette, this many colors definitely sticks out. Whoops! Our gear is now solidly too strong to be taking on a Tzitzi-Ya-Ku, but that's okay. Yeah, the Wildspire Waste is actually my favorite map as well, Jack. Poor Tzitzi. I had a thought right before we went on stream. I know I've been talking with friends about, or I've just been talking in general about what sort of a playthrough we're going to do on Rise for PC, and I think that in order to make it sufficiently different from our playthrough on the Switch, I think it's time to start examining what the game would be like if you didn't use wire bugs and silk binds as much. I think we might do a no wirefall, no silk bind playthrough. Still would probably use wire bugs to get around the maps and to jump over certain moves, maybe. Haven't decided on that last bit, but I think a no wirefall, no silk bind playthrough would be pretty interesting. It means that certain moves would be super bad if you got hit by them, but that just means you have to be careful. Okay, where's Legiana? Where can I get some Kirin tracks? Sounds fun. I feel like it would make for an interesting time as we go through the game, whereas if we just go through like normal, we will have basically already done that on the Switch earlier this year, so seems like a decent way to differentiate things. Def have to learn the monster's launchers. I mean, you already kind of do that. Like, you learn to watch out for Rajang's pin. Rise movesets do seem functional without Silkbinds too. Yeah, it means that some weapons are going to get super shafted because some weapons have moveset changes on their switch skills where like you get to swap out one move for another in the weapon's regular moveset, and other weapons only have Silkbinds. But that's okay. I think it would be interesting to see like what the game would be like without some of those moves. Decent challenge that'll keep us happy until Sunbreak comes out. Yeah, and I mean like, I don't know. I really do think that'll be more interesting than me trying to go through with a solo weapon or me trying to go through the same way I did on the Switch with a bunch of different weapons all at once. We'll probably try and keep the weapon collection a little bit reined in, but I feel like I might still play all the weapons as we go through the game. I really like Rise, so it'd be fun too. We're getting some Kirin tracks now. That's good. Hammer will be sad without Big Bonk. Hammer will be a little more balanced without Big Bonk. Hammer doesn't feel as damaging as it does in some of the older games, but it never felt like awful to me, so I'm not too worried about it. Date for Sunbreak? Nope, not yet. No Pound Town. R.I.P. Feels bad, man. How's it going? Hello, Nefudis. It's going pretty good. We're doing an expedition, and then we're going to take on Vaal Hazak. Talking about how I'm thinking of doing a no Silkbind, no Wirefall playthrough of Rise PC. I think that'd be an interesting thing to see. It's definitely a playstyle I haven't played around with yet on Switch. Val's pretty pog. I'm looking forward to it. We're not going to use any miasma skills, so I'm going to actually see what its kit feels like. Missed the roll. Yeah, I wouldn't expect news, especially right now when the PC release is coming out. They probably don't want to distract too much from the PC. But I imagine in the next few months we'll start to get some of the drip feed of information. A little bit more about the gimmicks or like mechanics of the game. A little bit more about the setting. A few new monster bits or returning monster bits probably. And then right up before launch we'll get a boatload of information like we usually do. Whoops. Inject that drip feed straight into your veins? Me too, man. Even when we were trying to police spoilers super hard last year, I was still being a gremlin and looking at every bit of material they put out. I couldn't help myself. Whoop. Oh, I walked right into the ice. Feels bad, man. I like how fast the Legiana is moving around. And how much damage it does to us, even with our upgraded armor. Nice, that feels good. Did Iceborne change the Vault plus Triangle move from base Monster Hunter World? Nope. It added a new move, which is the Dive that you see me doing a lot. The Dive has pretty high motion value. It's Insect Glaive's strongest move. But the regular Triangle move, whoops, is still here. I just don't like mounting very much, so I don't use it very often. Do I still have speed sharpening? Nope. Oh. Miss entering a Monster Hunter game and just being surprised and impressed every step of the way. Can't do it hardcore like Hangani. Well, it's like, it's tough. You can't exist online in Monster Hunter circles and also do that. Or you have to create your own little spoiler-free Monster Hunter circle like Hangani's done, which is commendable too. It's just like, there's not really an easy way to compromise there. I hit the wing. Whoops. Monka Steer. You started as a helicopter worldlet. That's okay. The aerial moves are fun. Bouncing around the monster, so much fun. I'm glad they made it more viable in Rise. Oh, I was gonna try and roll that and I didn't. Oh boy. Oh hey, I didn't know these two had a turf war. I really haven't seen many turf wars. I feel like something I remember more from my base world playthrough from several years ago is I feel like there used to be a lot more turf wars. I remember the monsters being a little bit more obnoxious with how they interacted with one another. I feel like maybe they've patched it a bit in Iceborne. What was the input for the dive? It's R2 in the air. Thought it was a Rise thing. It is a Rise thing, but the Rise one works differently to the World one, actually. What are your top 3 favorite weapon movesets in World? Switch Axe is up there. Insect Glaive is up there. Lance is up there. I think probably those 3. A lot of the other ones I like 1 or 2 moves, but it's hard for me to like the whole kit. Like all the moves taken together. Charge Blade's also cool. Charge Blade's pretty alright. I haven't played enough Charge Blade. But this isn't a multi-weapon playthrough. This is an Insect Glaive playthrough. This game's very pretty. Man, as of today, a week. 1 week until Rise. Rise PC. That's gonna be fun. Hey Sparkle Wolfie, welcome. Really like World. Charge Blade has a lot of options. Watching you do Fatalis with it, Jack, was hype as hell. Taking a break from Bloodborne today, made it to your first boss and got clapped twice. Good on you for sticking with it. Hope you enjoy your break. Oh yeah, I bought Elite Dangerous today. I didn't boot it up yet, but I think I'm gonna be trying out Elite Dangerous in VR, and maybe that's a game I think I might if I like the opening hours of it, I might consider streaming some Elite Dangerous. I've been looking to scratch a space sim itch for a while, and if I like it, if it seems like something we could enjoy on stream, maybe we'll do it. What's the genre? It is a space flight simulator. So I'll be taking you guys on my space adventures with me in VR. I also might do 1 or 2 streams of that just to test out what streaming from a VR headset would be like. You'll spam me with all the things. You love Elite Dangerous. I actually have a day off work tomorrow, so I might be spending some time figuring it out. Might be spending some time booting it up and setting up all the keybinds to work on the Oculus controllers. Will you have face cam despite your face being enveloped? Yes. Yes, I do. I think I will. I will be seated here with the face cam on, with my dumb headset on. I'll probably bump the mic so much. Oh my god, I gotta think about that. In any case, yeah, it'll happen. I'm not committing to stream it. I said if I liked it. If I boot up Elite Dangerous and I'm like, yeah, but there's no iframes, then we'll probably just keep streaming only Monster Hunter for the foreseeable future. Also, we played like 12 different games that weren't Tetris or Monster Hunter last month. I feel pretty good about that. It was a nice time. All right, well, we did our expedition, our warm-up expedition. Iframes are the sole deciding factor. I meme on it, but that specific kind of gameplay where you can have like a split-second reaction thing that determines a lot in the game is pretty nice. Rist becoming Germa. Let's hope not. Also, welcome, I'm a person. Okay. Well, it's time. I think we have to go talk to the handler in order to get our expedition here. Or our assigned Vaal Hazak quest. How does Germa get a new hilarious bit every week? I don't know. I just experienced what Glumbo coin was for the first time today, and I'm a little scared. I don't really know Biotech, but it's some kind of fake coin related to Germa. It's not a real coin. Okay, we have to go, actually, before we go out on the expedition, we have to jump back and forth between a bunch of different places. I believe there is, for anyone who's looking to get into to research the hottest Germa cryptocurrency, I believe there is both Glumbo coin and Flumbo coin. Have fun researching. I don't know what they're about. They're both jokes. All right, we're unlocking our expedition here. Whoops. Is there a researcher I can talk to? I think this is a researcher here. Nope. Where's Ristercoin? You've got them. They're called beans. You're getting really unlucky in your fishing. Please pet the Poogie. One moment. Whoops, that's training area. Beans to the moon. Please no investment. Do not invest in beans. How do you sell beans? I'm not even gonna go down the joke. I could joke about stuff, but I'm not even going to. All that stuff is just so frustrating. Okay. Where is Poogie? Here you go, Schmeg. Oh, there's no music. Cursed. Very cursed. I have to watch very closely. Okay. Here you go. You didn't get the music, but there's a Poogie with hearts for your fishing in Final Fantasy XIV. Alright, let me get the music from the game back in here. Thank you, Frontier, for your lovely music while we were... Not Frontier, Dose, for your lovely music while we were warming up here. Whoop. And let's talk to 2 more people and then take on Vaal Hazak. You have to go back and forth between the research base and Astera talking to NPCs in order to unlock this expedition. Or this assigned quest, rather. What are words? You like Astera? I do too. I just don't like having to jump back and forth between two different areas, like fast traveling just to progress dialogue. It's kind of weird. Sort of Ninja Frog. I don't think all of those tracks are in Frontier. Hey, Syphonia. Welcome to you. We are about to take on our first Vaal Hazak. Did we already eat? I forget. It probably doesn't matter too much. Hellish Fiend, Vaal Hazak. We tried this yesterday. My internet died. Here's hoping tonight goes better. No miasma skills. 285 defense. A little bit of attack skills. Some botanist and recovery up as well. Let's do this. Null berries recommended. I do have some. No miasma skills, but we are doing null berries. I'm getting turned around. Why am I so turned around? Okay, there we go. My goodness. Let's try this over again. It's actually nice we get to see this intro twice. We saw it last night and the stream crashed directly afterward. I'm not salty about having to watch it 2 times though. There's so many mining nodes in here. I'd forgotten. Cutscene skip, you say? This is the opposite of cutscene skip. I purposefully closed the game without saving. Like I closed the actual running application rather than going to quit through the menu because it was going to save. Because I wanted to watch the cutscene again. Do you think we might get Vaal and Sunbreak? It would fit the theme really well. I would like to see how they'd change Val's moveset for Rise. I remember him being a little bit kind of slow and dramatic in this game, so seeing how he would fit into that combat would be pretty interesting. I'd love to see him firing off like laser beams of effluvium all over the place. Velkhana too. All kinds of world elders would be neat to see them come back. Make it even more like a 5th gen MHG. Ooh. Hope the volume's good for you guys. Feel free to let me know if I need to turn it up a little bit. Looks pretty good. I said this last night right as the stream crashed, but the strings in this remind me of Evangelion. Let's go. You too, Nifudis? It's wonderful, isn't it? Iva's soundtrack is so freaking good, and this having those vibes just makes it more fun. Okay, so it has the Shadowra double bite. Ooh, it has a triple bite. All right, I see. It can do a single. Has a swipe, just like Kush. Has a swipe. Oh gosh, I love how it just looks like it's falling apart as it swipes at you. Okay, so if I enter this area, am I gonna get miasma? Yeah, I am. It's draining my health. Now, is it the ground that drains my health or just being in the area? It looks like it's the ground. So Insect Glaive actually has some interesting choices for this. Because I can just jump out of here. Okay, it looks like it's worn off, maybe? Yeah. Oh. Ah! My health is pretty low. Here he goes again. Cool. He has pretty large hitboxes on his moves that use his arms and his head. And he kind of stumbles forward a little bit differently than Kushala. He also has like got a miasma essence around him too. In the beginning of the fight, he did not have that. Ooh, I remember that move having a lot of damage tied to it, I think. What is this? That was a weird little trip or stagger or something. Is there a way to clear the ground's miasma? Maybe a torch pod. I have them with me. I can try it next time he does his AoE. Hey, Rock Spider, it's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Wait, Parad? Yo, the Gyros came to help us. Thanks, Gyros. All three elders have the same roar animation there. Okay, it's got its miasma going again. Let's see if we can clear it. Doesn't look like it clears Vaal Hazak's miasma. But you can bait him to be outside his own AoE, which is nice. What's he doing? This is a really weird little taunt. That's a crazy move. The big slam, scary. I'm trying to get red buff. There we go. What is he doing? I guess that's him recharging his own essence. Yeah, this is a cool monster. The mechanics around the miasma are actually pretty neat to watch. We stopped him leaving for a second. Yeah, I was gonna say that usually these transitions have pretty large hitboxes to them. Cool. We'll fight. I'm into it. There's definitely parts where if we're not using any miasma evasion skills or miasma reduction skills, we have to... Evasion's not the right word. Reduction skills, we have to kind of back off. But that's okay. I think it's just charging up its own essence, and you can tell because it's sucking the life out of the nearby mobs. I think if it was about to do its AoE, it would look a little different. Oh, well, we knocked down the ceiling on him. I didn't mean to, but I'll take it. I like how pissed he looks without the miasma on him. You can see the underneath. So cool. He does this weird animation where he kind of like just taunts by standing in place. It's odd. He does it more often than Kushuteo did, I think. Ooh. Wait a second. What was that move? That was like a combo bite tail whip. That was neat looking. He's got quite a few moves. He's got more moves and a little bit more to his miasma mechanic than I remember. Ooh. The tail has a pretty active hitbox, and yeah. That's a pretty distinct move. That little bite into tail swing. I bet on it there. That was the slam move that Kaminos does, except without the invisibility. You could be right. I'd probably want to look at them a little closer, but it's probably pretty similar, yeah. They're definitely on the same skeleton. It's leaving. Is it limping already? No, not quite. Good. I'd be sad if it was already limping. I want to fight it more. That being said, let's get our tail cut. Used to do Tempered Vaal with the Wrath Lance for Decos in Base World. Great fight. Could you guys not? Thank you. Deceased Scale. Broadly used for many purposes, you don't say. When he stands on his back legs and does the Breath Lance attack with Lance, you can counter it 3 times. Like it hits 3 times or it hits constantly? That's weird. Oh, it's already limping. Oh no. So, folks who've played this game, folks who've played World recently, a long time ago, whatever, how would you rate our gear right now? We're using the Nergigante Glaive, which I think is pretty strong. One of the stronger options you could possibly be using for Elder Dragons. Our armor set gives us attack boost 5 and a little bit of other skills. I feel like you could have even stronger sets right now, but I don't know. Whoop, hello. Definitely not min-maxed, but solid. Okay, that's kind of what I thought as well. Our fights leading up to the Elder Dragons, that being Nergigante, Basilgoose, and Deviljho, were really hellish because we were doing them in Pookie armor. It felt very difficult. Most of their moves came close to one-shotting us, and we had to work really hard to deal damage. This is definitely more on level for, I think, where we're supposed to be at for the Elder Dragons. But still, I don't know. I feel like it's a little bit under par due to me only having, like, attack boost 5. I could have 7. I could have a lot of other skills. The Glaive probably makes up for it, because I feel like most people probably wouldn't have farmed up the Nergigante Glaive at this point. I don't know. Vaal's one of the worst examples of world hit zones being too generous. Okay, I gotcha. I haven't looked at its hits. Haven't looked at its hit zones yet. But I believe you. Whoops. There. It's a cool looking monster. Vaal, Hazak, Fang plus. I think I liked Vaal more than I liked Kushala and Teo. It didn't feel as challenging as Kushala. It felt probably a little less challenging than Teo. But I feel like the mechanics behind the fight are really neat. I know Teo has some pretty cool mechanics in this game too when it comes to the different modes he's got between fire and blast, but this thing's cool. This thing has more, I mean, I guess they all have pretty new moves for World, but this one feels really good to me. I like this monster. Kushala's unfun challenge, it didn't bother me that much. I think a blast proc killed it. 15 minutes, yeah, that was less than Kushala or Teo. Kush and Teo were both about 20 minutes. Alright, let's see what we unlock next. I don't remember what the progression's like, so we'll see what comes next. I would like to hunt Kirin. Guess who's back with a vengeance? The Admiral. Looks like it's just going to be Xeno'Jiiva. He said Kongalala. We Xeno now? It looks like we might be. I definitely don't want to make any stronger gear for Xeno. Are you sure you want to go on that quest with the Admiral? I mean, probably, yeah. Make Vaal armor. I know it has super recovery. I knew some folks who were super into that armor set. Perfectly fine gear-wise. We're probably over strong gear-wise. It's tough trying to self-balance the game. Where like Pookie armor was too weak for some of the fights that we were doing it in, and it felt a little bit too strict, but this feels too strong. I don't know where all, I mean, like I could go to a dumpier insect glaive, or I could like drop 2 points of attack boost, I guess. Let's check out the Vaal gear. Xeno's really fun. I haven't fought one in years. Xeno will take a good bit if you don't take advantage of like all 5 boulders in the arena. You know, we haven't been using the boulders in many of the areas, so maybe we won't. See how long it takes us. All right, Vaal Hazak. Oh, it looks so freaking cool. I really like how it looks. Oh my gosh, I forgot how cool it looks. Oh. I really like that. Especially the beta. The beta set looks so sick. It reminds me of Dalamadur armor. Cool. Well. Who do we talk to? Let's go do it. Vaal Hazak Glaive. Oh yeah, we should look at it. Hello, Soul Tiller. We should see if we unlocked it. I think it's one of the few glaives from Elder Dragons in this game. Looks like we have... Oh, there's a Deora Glaive. I forgot there was. So there's a Kirin Glaive, a Deora Glaive, and I think there's a Vaal Hazak Glaive that we haven't unlocked quite yet. We might need Xeno'Jiiva materials for it. Didn't even realize boulders existed in the Xeno arena. I must have watched too many pieces of gameplay. Vaal is higher up off the bone tree. Oh, I was looking at the wrong area. Hang on. I thought that's what we were looking at. Oh, here it is. Okay, Vaal Hazak. So far we can only just see the... we can only see the first upgrade of it. It's so rough that many of the good designs are constrained to the final upgrade in this game. Okay, well, let's go talk to the handler. Thank you. No worries, Soul Tiller. It looked like it had some decent stats. I didn't take a close look. For now, we're probably going to stick with the Nergigante one for Xeno. Let's go. Let's beat the game. Are you really going? I am. We're really going. After that, we'll kind of choose our own adventure until Rise comes out. No Iceborne, Mega Sag? No, we're not going to dig into Iceborne. Iceborne we're going to save for some other time. Got the right moment for the finale? We've been working our way through over the last month or two. Kind of meandering through. We haven't been fast-tracking the game. I said we're going to choose our own adventure. We're going to do some stuff from the post-game once we beat Xeno'Jiiva, but I'm not sure exactly what yet. Whether it'll be DLC monsters, title update monsters, tempered monsters. I haven't decided. How are our items? I actually didn't restock. Hang on. Whoops. Okay. Here we go. Spoiler alert, you hunt monsters? Uh-oh, Simba. Banned. No, you're good. Welcome. You found a neat thing for the Gogmazios fight? What's up, Miss Itsune? What'd you learn?
Sorry. So.
Board the boat. Here we go. When you go to move the cannon, you are invincible for long enough you dodge the entire tar beam explosion attack? Really? That's kind of cool. Do you not have a hitbox when you're moving the cannon? Sorry for not reading the dialogue in this game. I feel kind of badly, but a lot of it's kind of a little bit too dry for me to want to read all of it. Good old Lungo. This is the animation to hit the button. Gotcha. Makes sense. If you time that well enough, you can dodge the explosion. That's cool. Off we go. The Admiral's hair is really something. The lighting looks really nice here. I like how the Kinsect's just completely static, like a figurine strapped to your arm. It'd be nice if it kind of fluttered about a little bit, wouldn't it? It does just look like an inanimate object. They should give it some, like, little bit of physics or something. Plot alert, look out. Yep. Spoilers.
Oh,
Great mother of damn. It's a good line. Music's cool. Good presentation here. So cool how it's translucent. Get back, old man. That's Vaal Hazak. This is Xeno'Jiiva. Sorry, I should probably update the stream title, shouldn't I? Parsec, if you know how to do that and you want to, you're welcome to. I might not be able to pause here. What are you doing? If you wanted to update the stream title to say Xeno'Jiiva instead of Vaal Hazak. If you don't want to, that's fine. I can figure it out in a minute. Alright. I'm not going to purposely use the boulders. I think it should be /title, but like I said, if you can't figure it out, it's fine. We don't often do that, I know. Alright, so it shot at us. It moves around a little bit. Did a big swipe. Those swipes are cool. That's a big move. At least it didn't automatically bring my cat with me. Brings back some memories. I haven't seen this fight or done this fight in so long, or X Fighter. Seems like if you're close enough to it... Oh shoot. Oh shoot. Seems like if you're close enough to it, it can't hit you with that shot. Got stomped. Almost got stomped into stomp. Triple shot, cool. It's always fun getting to use Insect Glaive's mobility to like dodge moves. Okay. I thought you could, but I'll just fix it in a minute, Parsec. Don't worry about it. We'll do it when we clear this first phase. Has a big old beam. Some kind of part break there. Oh, it glows so cool. Nice, Tzitzi-Ya-Ku. Have fun. I feel like if you were fighting this thing in like an RTA run, you definitely have to learn how to space to hit its head a little bit easier. Woo, man. man, it's bright. Holy crap. Maybe it's set title parsec, or it might be through stream elements. I forget. Might be exclamation mark set title. I don't know. We don't do it very often, so I apologize for asking. I bet those beams would hurt. You can do it. We can do it. I'm trying. I'm kind of watching specifically to see if I recognize any Gore Magala animations from it, but I don't really see it. At least not right now. Wow. Triple Blast is 100% gore. Yeah, I guess you're right. It is Nefudis. Is it leaving already? It is. Traveling via Wing Drake. I'm trying to paste text. Okay, I don't even know I don't know if I spelled this name right. Sorry. I could have just waited and gotten carded. Is that how you spell it? Is it Xeno and then Giiva? Oh, okay, it's okay. I was close. Hang on, I'll fix it. Let me give you guys the beans. Welcome renditioning. I thought I was all slick and I could update the title. Was not slick. So far, I really like its visual presentation. I knew what it looked like in my head, but it's pretty bombastic seeing it in person. That sound effect's pretty cool too. I'm trying to get red buff. Hacking it up. There we go. Alright, what do you do up there, buddy? I know you can flinch out of the sky with dragon pods. The tremor hit me out of the air. That's wild. That's a thing? I know you can get tremored out of the air. Could be wind pressure. Whoa. I think that move might be from Gore as well. That little charge forward there, slowly. Not that one, but the shorter one it just did towards us. Unsure what hit us there. I'm out. I'm out. I'm on fire. Lots of tremors. You can tell I haven't done this part in a while. Hey Crystal, welcome. Cheers, Simba. Hope you're enjoying the Monster Hunter here tonight. Whoops. I'm whiffing real hard on this thing. Learning to position around this thing's head would be really fun. Guessing you main IG. I play all the weapons across a lot of the games, but in this playthrough we're just using Insect Glaive. Usually I try and play all the weapons and I let chat pick what I use for each hunt, but we don't have tons of time before Rise on PC comes out, so I've been kind of going through using just Insect Glaive for the sake of time. Bummer you can't land on that rock. When will the weapon raffles come back? Probably when Rise on PC starts. Uh-oh. Ouch. It doesn't seem like it makes hitting the head easy in general, which is kind of cool. I'm totally fine with that for a larger boss. Making you learn where its head ends up at the beginning and end of moves is really satisfying. Ooh. Okay, so there's a big AoE on the explosions, it looks like. Chest is a good target when glowing red. Thank you. I kind of knew that in the back of my head because I've fought this thing before a couple years ago, but it's been several years. I'll try and space to hit chest. It reminds me of Gogmazio's trying to hit the chest, to be honest. It's so big. That's cool, Nefudis. What was your strat? Where'd you hang out? What'd you hit? What was your strat for Gunlance? Whoops. Ouch. I was having an easier time dodging those swipes before. Oh, well, 2 carts. Sniping the chest head with sweeps and slams. Gotcha. Right, slam lance. Slap lance. No shell, because it was the meta at the time. Yep. Hasn't done the cool bird arm explosion. He's done it with single arm once or twice. Maybe double arm once. Alright, well, let's focus up. Triple carts in range here. I'm guessing the blue bits are what you want to hit, just a guess. Blue and red. Whoops. Well, we got a triple cart. Let's try it again. Don't jump directly into the giant explosion is probably pretty good advice. I'm glad it one-shot us. Wait, we got its equipment, or its materials, but we don't know what it is yet. That's funny. Why did I jump? Forgot about that quote. Does the gear list as question mark, question mark, question mark? Let me see. All right, manage items. Okay, how do you do this? Sell items. A part from an unknown monster. You sense a strange power within it. There you go. Still question mark, question mark. That's kind of cool. All right, I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. Then I'm gonna go ahead and we'll try that again. It was fun. Can you see any gear? We'll see when I get back. When I get back, we'll go ahead and try that out and have some more Xeno'Jiiva fights. Thanks for being here, folks. See you guys shortly. Hello, everybody. I'm back. Checked in with the family. Checked in with the Discord, as Harurush pointed out. Thank you guys for waiting for me. Alright, let's hunt Xeno'Jiiva. What's a Xeno? All you know is question mark. Equipment check? Oh, yeah. I'll go check. Let's see if we can see any of its gear. Having just gotten some question mark pieces. Okay, let's see. Marth says, it's appreciable how Monster Hunter World put effort into contextualizing each quest rank of the game. People might not like what the story introduced to Monster Hunter with bioenergy and such, but hey, at least you know the purpose of what you're doing at all times. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if I feel like you always know what you're doing. Or like how it all connects together. I think in retrospect, it kind of all connects together pretty cool. Armor's unupgraded, right? Yeah. 285 defense. No, we can't see its gear. Let me go eat real quick. Fun fight with Insect Glaive. Feels like your mobility can really be used to your advantage. We finished reading Mark's message there. Okay. The flagship and final boss have a consistent overarching presence in the game too, which is nice. I mean, I don't think Xeno'Jiiva has an overarching presence in the game. I mean, it kind of does, and then it ties into the Elder Crossing and energy, but you don't know of him until the end. I don't know. I don't mind that they're both tied into the central plot. I think that's pretty okay. Here we go. Unknown. Unknown in mainline? Oh my gosh. Thanks, Xeno'Jiiva. I appreciate it. Come on. Give me a red buff. There we are. Hard to avoid that move. Big tail. That is a cool roar. Whoops. Uh-oh. Jumped right into the tail there. I don't know if that animation is necessarily from Gormagala. I don't think the head really snaps in the same way that Gormagala's does when he does his triple ball. I think it's pretty different, actually. I have yet to just see something that I think is 100% Gormagala. I'm trying to get better at rolling the roar, but I can't find the timing yet. He's leaving, or not. Did I flinch him or something? I think we've gotten through this phase a lot quicker this time, even without the towers. Or the other rocks, rather, towers. Whoops, that whiffed. Don't think the roar can be rolled? That would explain. Now he's leaving. Huh. Yeah, we did that a lot faster this time. He didn't even like... Last time he got to a rage state, or like a glowy orange state in this area. Not this time. Cool. Music took a minute to catch up there. Thought I was gonna turn. Nope. Whoop. You're streaming Monster Hunter Stories 2 next, right? I wish, Vaal. Next is going to be Monster Hunter Rise for the PC in a week. I was lucky. Alright, learn my lesson. Don't get near to that one. I thought I was going to do it again, but no, it's a different one. I don't know what he's doing. I just want his tail. Oh, that's cool. Huh. Who does that move? I feel like that's from another monster. Where he came down with the one hand up in the air. I guess maybe Nergigante. Yeah, Nerg does his slam. I think that's the closest thing I can think of to that. There we go. Alright, he's down. Uh-oh. Tail didn't come down there. Flinch enough times with slinger ammo in the air and he'll drop. Yep, that's okay. I'm looking to not super use any flinches like from slinger ammo if I can. Just trying to use my weapon for the most part. The slinger ammo I've used thus far in the game has mainly been for dung bombs, I guess. and he's back up in the air. Woo! That was scary. They don't really give you a whole lot of options for how to actually fight him when he's up in the air, though, do they? He's got some cool moves up there. Okay, is he down? No, he's not down quite yet. Now he's down, right? Orange. Wings are orange, I didn't realize. This is gonna suck. I really need red buff, but the head's hard to hit right now. There we go. I think they wanted to force clutch use when Xeno's in the air. Clutch Claw wasn't actually a mechanic when Xeno'Jiiva was introduced. Clutch Claw was added with Iceborne, which came well after this fight. So they were probably just wanting to use Slinger ammo. He drops Dragon ammo, which I think flinches him pretty easily, from what I remember. I think he drops Dragon ammo. He drops Pierce Pods? Oh, okay, right. And they flinch real easy in the air. That makes sense. Okay. That's what you meant? No, you're good. You're good, little Hasu. Totally stuck. Ouch. Trying to jump on out of there. Thoughts on the themes? Oh, the music's incredible. Music's great, Marths. Let's see. There, yep, it does drop bombs, because there's one right now. So we could definitely use that to knock him out of the air. I don't think there's anything wrong with Slinger ammo. I'm trying to see what the fights are like when you don't use it, that's all. In general, I think this is a pretty good fight. I think as the final boss, he could serve to be maybe a little more aggressive. Like, it kind of just feels like I mean, he shoots at you. It does not feel like he is actively threatening your presence in the area very often. Sometimes, but not often. Like right now, what is he even shooting at? I think he's simply too big for his own good. Safi manages to do a pretty good job. Granted, that was like an iteration on this fight, so they had a chance to kind of learn from their mistakes. But I think he's cool. Judge Xeno by his AT version? No, I'm judging him by the version that's in the story. The AT version's cool, but... Or the AT version is cool from when I played of it back in the day, and I would like to verse it again and see what I think, but this is Xeno'Jiiva. That's AT Xeno'Jiiva. Yeah, Nergigante is far more aggressive, which I think is true of like basically almost every monster. Is like after Nergigante, there are a few monsters that are as aggressive as Nergigante. But I'm excited to try AT Xeno. Seeing a tougher version of it is cool. And like, every boss doesn't need to be super hard, but as it's like a large Elder Dragon and it's sort of like the final boss of the game, it'd be neat if it was a big challenge. It still does pretty decent damage, and I mean, you have to deal good damage to it. It's got big moves you have to watch out for. Yeah, he does trip like Gore. That might be the only thing I've noticed so far. Yeah, that's totally Gore Magala, isn't it? But that's my preference. In terms of I'd like a really tough, aggressive boss. Like, I don't know what he's shooting right now. I think he'll probably smash the ground. Yeah. But I still think he's really good. When you look at what Zora Magdros was like, this is a lot better than that. Cheers, J Novice. Enjoy. Best of luck with your business plan. Alright, now we can hit the chest. I think we hit the chest there for that stagger. Can you ask a hypothetical? Sure, you can go ahead, Marks. Oof. Hey! I was going for the tail there. Whoops! He does roar a lot. What if Xeno'Jiiva was the low rank final boss? What would the high rank final boss be? I think this would be too intense for a low rank final boss. This feels like Nakarkos Phase 2 more than Nakarkos Phase 1 to me, if that makes sense. Yeah, I'm with Fish there. 2 grand. Way 2 grand. Definitely not the first time they reached heavy for the Western audience, but definitely the first time they reached this hard, yeah. There's the tail cut. There's like 3 or 4 different games in the series history. Okay, maybe 2 or 3 games in the series history, Dirty Saxophone, where the team has explicitly said in press interviews, we're really trying to hit a Western audience with this one. This is the first one that took. Took them almost 15 years. And yeah, I can acknowledge that definitely certain parts of this game's endgame are pretty tough. I remember them being that way, and I'm looking forward to experiencing them again sometime. I just wish more of the game was challenging for a host of reasons. I feel like all that, I mean, that does help with keeping new players in and not frustrating them too much, but it doesn't teach them very well until they get to the end, which is kind of weird, kind of whack. I don't know how I feel about that. Oh, it's dead. Cool. Carve fast? Okay, I'm carving. And get the tail? I'll try. It's a fun fight. I'm glad it took us 2 tries at least. That's nice. Wasn't Shaguru a low rank final? Yeah, that's a pretty good foil to that. Is like Shaguru being the end of low rank is pretty darn grandiose like this. Not quite as much. Isn't this the same frame as Gog? It's the same frame as Gore Magala and Nergigante. Cool fight. It does, I'm a person, but it also has some Fatalis in there too when it's standing up on its back legs. So it's a little different. Gog isn't just gore. I forgot we fell off. Kind of a cool kill screen. "17 minutes. Cushion Teo took longer." New armor pigments have been added to the item box. An arena quest has been added. I can now carry more specialized tools. A new upgrade level is now available for armor. Are we back? We're back. Hello, Marku to us. I'm assuming it's Marku or Marcus. Welcome from Brazil. Thanks for the follow. Cheers. I like that they take you back to the boat. It's kind of special. Harkening back to the opening cutscene. It's both Shadowplum and Tempest. On the ground, it's gore, but when it stands up on its back legs and it does beams, it has the same tail slam and slide that Fatalis does. We did it! We beat the game. Now we get to make our own fun again for the next week or so. What's the plan now? Yeah, I think so, Fish. I'd like to fight some tempered monsters and some AT monsters. I don't know if we'll do any ATs, or we'll see. But I want to do some tempereds for sure. Tempereds are next up. My cat had armor on before the cutscene. We're back in leather armor too, Martz, if you notice. Behemoth? I've never done a Behemoth. I didn't like him when he came out. I don't mind the beats of this story. I think the tone really jars me. It's too self-serious for me. The dialogue is too serious and dry. There's a lack of some of the silliness and charm and localization charm that I'm really fond of in other Monster Hunter games. But I don't hate the story. I don't hate the handler. Trying to give a story about how everything's connected in Monster Hunter is kind of a cool thing. Good old one-leg Finn. It's a riff on something I said to Spazzing Fish Kebab. Yeah, we're gonna do some of the tough post-high rank content here. It's okay, Fish. I'm always the truly dumb fish. Do I have that as a command? I do. Have you done Kirin yet? Nope. We have a host of monsters we still have to fight. Xeno'Jiiva. Kirin and Luna would probably be good next challenges. Yeah, I think so too. I feel like we're dealing too much damage right now. We did it! We played through base world. I mean, I'm gonna keep doing some stuff, but we did it! I didn't know when I was gonna have time to fit this in, and we fit it in pretty nicely before Rise PC came out. There we go, fish. Wow. Did you get it first try? Fish is crazy. I can't remember any of those fish. Congrats on beating Monster Hunter World again. Thanks, Taps. It was fun to kind of meander around and try out the combat, try out the monsters in a way that wasn't necessarily blowing on through or collecting everything, just meandering at our own pace. These credits are great, by the way. These vignettes, awesome. It does, Tabs. I agree. I have a pot that looks just like that. Here. Doesn't have the same little lid on it, but it's a fondue pot. Love that place with the flowers. Culve is currently up. Thanks, Type Parsley. Cheers. That's bizarre, Harush. Those look very rubbery. Some friend, Harush. Song gets going. Folks in chat like Martz and Bio are talking about how wonderful the world part of Monster Hunter World is, and it's hard to disagree. The actual environments are quite something. Diva. Give me more Diva songs. Give me more. Noah has Diva Monster Stories too. Does it actually, Biotech? That would legitimately make me think about playing it more often, or more soon. More soon? Sooner rather than later, excuse me. It has a diva. Is it like music diva like this? Or just a character named the diva? Only at the start? I mean, heck, if it's got music diva like this, I'm down. I'm there. Try to do the high rank Culve? Yeah, we went. I was gonna say we might do. I think we'll do a multiplayer night. Probably this Friday. Kind of feels that way, Dirty Saxophone. I know a lot of people who got into World were way into the lore and ecology and like monster stuff. More so than the older games. Although the older games had that stuff in them, just not quite as prominently. Been a long time since I played through this game space like this. Just before I streamed. Hope they continue the trend. Me too. I miss it in Rise. I don't miss this game's combat in Rise, but I miss this game's worlds, or this game's maps, a lot. Your birthday's on Sunday? I don't stream on Sundays, Ninja Frog, but I'll stream next Monday. If you want to give me a birthday hunt, I could do it Saturday or Monday, probably. Me too, Vile. I think it's possible for them to hit a happy medium. What a beautiful screen to have your credits on. Hey Ben, welcome. Sorry you can't sleep. I had issues with that recently too. I hope it finds you soon. I was basically nocturnal for like 2 weeks before Christmas. Not fun. Ever taken melatonin? Not often, no. I think I've taken some, like, what was it, NyQuil before? Had to think on the game and the hunt? Feel free and choose something. Most of the games I've played on stream are fair game. So just think about what monster you'd like to see and what weapon you'd like to see. Excuse me. I'm sorry, Neff. That's part of why I have restrained myself from taking stuff like that, especially when I have sleeping issues. Is like, I wouldn't want to get dependent on it, I guess. Did you just finish World? We just finished the story. We're going to be playing it for the next week until Rise PC comes out, and then we're going to be switching. But we just beat Xeno'Jiiva. I think this game's base game is not as wrecked as I thought it was in recollection from the Iceborne stuff. And this game's base game, I guess, is more fun than I gave it credit for. I think it's a shame that there's only a handful of monsters that really genuinely feel like any sort of a challenge. It feels like up until the up until the back half of high rank, there's not a whole lot. It's a nice start to the new style of games. That's fair. I wish it was tougher. That's all. Like, I think I'm probably always just going to have some issues with how this game's combat feels. I bet some of those issues will be remedied in Iceborne and some of this late high rank stuff, which is cool. I'm glad we get to do some of that now. Hopefully I'll get to enjoy the game more. But it's like, it really feels like a bummer that no matter, like, I was handicapping myself like mad and I still had not that many challenging fights. Here we are. Ready to shake things up? Yeah, let's shake things up for a week, Handler. Let's get hunting. Yeah, Marth, you're fine. Hunter rank cap has been removed. We are HR 21. A Legiana. Oh, hey, a major new expedition is about to begin. Isn't it capped at 21 fish? Or no? Caps at 29. Gotcha. I mean, we haven't done much extra hunting, so I'm not surprised. Let's check that Xeno'Jiiva armor out and see what stuff we've unlocked to do. Looks crazy. Flinch-free special ammo boost power prolonger. That could be useful for insect glaive. I remember using some Xeno'Jiiva stuff in the past because of that. How's it color? Let's see. Not super well. Let's see what we got here. Okay, Xeno'Jiiva quest availability. I think it cycles in and out. Assigned, nothing. Optional. Xeno'Jiiva is 9-star. 8-star we have optional for Vaal, Kush, Teo, and Nergi. Nice. We have tons of quests we haven't done, which we would need to drastically drop our gear down for if we wanted to make them actually satisfying hunts and not just bully the monsters. Let's see. Can we talk to anybody? Oh yeah, we got loads of stuff to talk to. Let's do that. Let's talk to all the NPCs, see what's what. We still have a few hours of stream here tonight, so we can probably start on at least one of the challenges or two of the challenges. A stream stone. Ah, this is when you unlock these. In base game, I didn't do much with stream stones, so I would like to check it out right now. First Reverian ritual. Okay. Meld a stream stone to create decos. Okay. We have a stream stone shard. I wonder where we got that from. We can meld for some decorations. We could start making some elemental builds if we wanted to. Might be able to make actually some cool elemental glaives. Got it in the last cutscene. Ah, of course, Lord Castellian. That makes sense. Neat. Can meld for plates, can meld for gems. No, we can't yet. We need to get some other stuff to meld for them with. Look at all that stuff you can meld for, though. We haven't even seen Kulve Taroth or Lanastra or Behemoth, and it's still like, hey, here you go. Okay. That base lesson quest is neat, Fish, yeah. It's creative. The fight's bad, but I mean, like, the quest is neat. What's up, Marths? Whoops. It's telling us that we're the Sapphire Star. Hey, Commander. New Teostra quest. Cool. I don't know what that leads to. Maybe Lunastra. Probably so. Yeah, it's pretty neat, Crystal. This little music. You beat the game. Congrats, here's some music. You know, I never unlocked the suite in base game. I never did. Investigate the anomaly at the research base. Not yet. We'll be there soon. This is what starts Behemoth. That's Crystal Kulu. Okay, let's head over to the research base. One from the Cats is the Witcher collab. Oh yeah, we're about to see Geralt of Rivia, I think. I might save this dialogue. I think there's like a Witcher cutscene, so I'm gonna save it. If we do the Leshen quest, I want this to be in that VOD, so I'm gonna save that. We could do Black Diablos. Haven't seen that thing in a hot minute. I did Black Diablos a little while ago. It was pretty tough. We did it with early gear and it one-shot us all over the place. It took me several hours to put it down. New reports of golden tracks. Search them in expeditions or optional quests. Well, assigned, we don't have anything. Optional, I don't think we have anything new. Nope. Special assignments, we have Blazing Sun and Visitor from Another World. I'm going to do Blazing Sun. Only playing Insight Glaive or mixing it up. For this playthrough, Xeno'Jiiva, I'm just doing Insight Glaive for the sake of time. We started this playthrough at the beginning of December or so. Your request is, when you depart on Lunastra Slay quest, can you please use Charge Blades? Where that matchup is Bort, your first Lunastra clear actually took over 24 hours real time for you to complete. It was using no health boost, no mantles, no earplugs, windpress, unaugmented Odogaron armor, and an unaugmented Charge Blade, had no cheese, and mentally Lunastra destroyed you. Can I do it for my second clear? I'd like to compare, and I don't want to have to try and make Charge Blade armor beforehand. I think we're going to go do that Teostra. Seeing as Lunastra and Kirin are some of the things I'd like to, I doubt it, Martz. From what I remember about Lunastra, Lunastra's pretty scary. Have we unlocked Kirin yet? Doesn't look like it. There must be a quest chain that leads to Kirin. We'll have to work on that as well. But for now, let's go see the Blazing Sun. Probably have to fight low rank Kirin first. Do you think so? We'll have to drop back to low rank gear, I guess. Yikes. Nice to fight Teostra here. Capture quest line leads to low rank Kirin. Iceborne, we're just doing high rank content right now. The Park Ranger. We've been doing a fresh playthrough of World for the past month or so. It's been several years since I last played it. How do you unlock high rank Kirin though? Do you have to do low rank Kirin to unlock high rank Kirin? We're just kind of meandering around, seeing what this game feels like. It's been several years since I've played it, and I feel like this game is an important game in the series, so I wanted to have some up-to-date impressions of the combat and the progression, at least through base world, the low rank and high rank. Assume so? Can't remember, to be honest. Okay, well, we can start there. We'll have to make some fresh low rank gear. Where's this Teostra? It's just leading us on some tracks. That's fine. Okay, gotcha. We've been finding high rank footprints already to our man, but it hasn't given us a special investigation, maybe because we haven't done low rank Kirin yet. That skill name made me giggle. Hararush. It's been years. It has been years. Can't remember. That's okay. You must do the low rank Kirin first? Alright, then we'll have to drop down to some low rank gear and do that. I have to remember what my low rank gear was like. I guess we had low rank Legiana armor, I think. I think I saved my set. That was not the right camp to spawn at for Teostra, was it? That's fine. I want to make sure I fight Kirin and Lunastra before we finish this game. I think that's my current goal, would be to try and fight the monsters that we haven't fought so far. I'm not super concerned about Behemoth and Lushan. If I get to them, great. If not, then boo-hoo. Yeah, Marth, I think it's cool that if a player is doing all the optional content, they'll get to experience more stuff. There he is. Hello, Teostra. Hey, Turnip Juice, welcome. I hope you're well tonight. We beat Xeno'Jiiva. We're starting post-game. Yeah, no, Teo, I actually want to fight. You're all good? Good. Oops. A mobile toaster. Well, typed parsley. Oh, I should drink a cool drink, shouldn't I? Primarily the volcano in Freebie Night Marths. Might be different in dose. I tried. That sucks. Whiffed a lot of hits on the tail there. Opinions on this iteration of the Teo theme? I like the kind of jazzier versions a little better, but it sounds nice. It's a great theme. I don't mind it. I'm okay with there being different interpretations in different games. Ugh, He rode the wall. That feels dumb. Oh well. Not entirely sure, but you think Cool Drink doesn't work on Teo? Heat Guard should work? Gotcha. I'm used to the old games where like part of his stuff you could block with Cool Drinks and some of the stuff you couldn't. I forget. Thanks for the heads up, Mapatofu Gaming. I always get so turned around in here. It's so dark. I think Teo's an exception here. Okay. I didn't notice my health melting before I had it procced, before I had drunken the cool drink there. So, seems like you may be right. Where'd he go? He's still here. Oof, I was gonna roll forwards. He goes, I'll help you out with that. Forgot about that. That Kinsect go. That Kinsect freaking went. What trio is more fitting? Are you asking like Vaal, Hazak, Kushala, Teostra, or Camellia's Kushala, Teostra? It's definitely Camellia's Kushala, Teostra. They've appeared in like 3 games together now. I think that's what you were asking. I'm not even thinking about it thematically. It's just like they've always been together for me. So it's like, I don't know. I'm just used to it. I do think it's cool how they kind of counter one another with their armor skills, or like with their elements, rather. Or statuses. Elements and statuses. Ow! It's so dark down here. Only the glow of the Teostra to light our way. There's the tail cut. That die feels really cool to use. Ouch. He has a big hitbox on that jump. I like how fast he counterattacks with that. I think if the monsters were more aggressive towards the player in general, Marks, it would be a good thing for this game. Even without a cat, sometimes it feels like they're just not targeting you. Whoops. Accident. Taking in the Dark looks so cool, the way he lights up. It does look really neat down here, doesn't it? I agree. This game looks very good. You can't fault that. Roll away that Blast Blight. I thought he was going to do the tail attack. Nope. Woo, he's cool. No, this fight is not bad. This monster is pretty aggressive, so I feel like it's a better fight. And like just to be clear, overly aggressive does not equal just a straight up better fight, but when there's a large thank you Soul Tiller, I would have forgotten. When there's a large chunk of the game's fights through the progression that just like the monster doesn't feel like it's really all that invested in killing you, it's like, so it's too bad. And that's a little bit reductive because, I mean, the monsters all try and kill you, but this game gives the player so many tools to get away safely and to heal safely quickly that even some of the monsters that are trying to kill you a little more actively have a tougher time about it. That's kind of one of my overall impressions, is that most of this game does not particularly make you feel like you have to play the game like Monster Hunter. You don't have to think super hard about the openings you're attacking in for a lot of the fights. Some fights certainly do. I had a lot of trouble with some of the fights in this game. Basilgeuse, Black Diablos, Devil Joe, Nergigante, they all gave me a pretty tough time. Whoop. Good stuff, Kinsect. Oh yeah, Kinsect. Bounce. Small Nova short startup or big Nova long startup? Short startup. Yeah, like ideally big Nova short startup. But short startup no matter what. For me at least. Hey Ken, I hope you're doing okay. Thanks for the visit. We beat Xeno'Jiiva today. We're starting the post game. This is the first quest in our quest line to unlock La Nostra. Not sure if we'll do Luna tonight, since we already did several new Elder Dragons this evening. We may do some of the capture quests needed to unlock low rank Kirin, I think. Woo! Woo! Hello. Oh, poof! That's something that I've been decently happy about, is like if you don't upgrade your armor in this game, the monsters do hit pretty darn hard, and I think that does add an edge to the combat. Look at that glowy boy. Is Luna before or after Joe? After. We already fought Devil Joe. Devil Joe unlocks before you even beat Nergigante. We did Devil Joe as our last, basically our urgent to do Nergigante. That was when we let ourselves do it. We beat Black Diablos, Basilgeuse, and ooh, nice, a Teo gem. Black Diablos, Basilgeuse, and Devil Joe in Pookie Pookie armor. Though folks said I was doing Devil Joe too early. Which, like, I don't know how to feel about that, because, like, the most aggressive fights in the game so far have been Black Diablos, Nergigante, and Devil Joe. So, I don't know. It's true, I've never relied on hitting Tigris's back legs. I feel like they've always been kind of a trap, Marths. Ooh, that was a Gold Crown Large. Cool. Nice. We take those. Hi, Poogie. I think that quest is guaranteed big. Gotcha. Gotcha, gotcha. Alright, let's see here. We can go talk to somebody and maybe unlock Nostra. Also, you calling me a second gender is kind of funny. Talk to the smithy. You Jenner. Pandora's Arena. Oh, right, the arena quest. We'll wait on the arena quest until we're ready for Nostra, I guess. For now, I think we're gonna go ahead and drop down to some low rank gear. Let me go ahead and save this set someplace. I don't think I've saved it yet. Yeah, we have low rank and we have high rank. Rename. Hello, Sean. Welcome. We gotta change the glaive out, though. That's an early high rank one. Let me make a low rank glaive real quick. Gotta do some low rank capture quests to unlock Kirin. Excuse me. Always kind of aim for Tagrex's arm tips since they're such wide of a hitbox. Yep. They're also on the outer edges of him, which makes it easier to get out of the way of some of his like screwed moves. Whereas if you're up in like his back legs, you're like just asking to get hit by things, especially in 2nd gen, where most of the moves are like full body hitboxes. Ooh, we can see Catastrophe's light. What do we need to make that? Just a Nerg gem. Well, we'll have to work on that at some point, because that looks sick. Not that we need more damage at this point. We're still overpowered, but I want to make that at some point. We might need it. We might start collecting some of these. Some of the cooler looking ones. Aw, the Hazak Glaive never gets any cooler looking. That's too bad. It's the Xeno one. Not amazing looking. At least there's the Deora one. Alright, well, we need to make a low rank glaive so we can do some capture quests. What do we want to make? What low rank one? Let's see if we can buy some low rank weapons, actually.
Hi.
Hello. Yeah, we can sort of buy some iron and bone. That's not helpful. We can probably just make an iron one. Yeah, we'll use Iron Blade 3 to start. We can upgrade it if we need to. We could use the Defender one. Okay. Make a new Kinsect. Haven't fought Xeno in a while. We just fought our first one. Blunt poison, blunt para, blunt heal. Speed, speed, speed. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and go with this one. Hey Ray Boop, welcome. Do you think Nergigante could be worked into any past Monster Hunter games and be a good hunt? Yeah, sure. I think it would have a similar level of like aggression to something like a Rajang. Okay. Okay. So it's an optional capture quest chain, huh? Let me look it up so I make sure we know what capture quest chain to go down. Monster Hunter World, Kirin, capture quest chain. Okay, it's Kulu-Ya-Ku, Barroth, Paolumu, Odogaron. Alright, sounds good. here we are. Here's our low rank set, 100 defense. Ice Res, Airborne, Constitution, Wide Range, Divine Blessing, and good luck! We're gonna have a high rank meal. Sorry. Everything else will be low rank though. Whoops. I didn't know your wrist was giving you issues, Ray. I'm sorry to hear that. That sort of issue's no fun. Pilot hair. Nice to be back in the, oh, that's bizarre. Nice to be back in the Wildspire Waste. Bizarre that there are Call to Roth tracks here. Have you played Dauntless at all? Nope. I've been trying to play through a bunch of the different Monster Hunter games, and I still have some I haven't played all the way through, so I haven't really dedicated any time to series that aren't Monster Hunter. On stream, we've played Free Me Night, Iceborne, Portable Third, 4 Ultimate, Rise, a little bit of Monster Hunter Freedom, some of 3 Ultimate, and now a little bit of World again. Not even in the Wildspire Waste Marts, the low rank Wildspire Wastes. Insect Wave's animations are so cool. Oop. Much slower bug than we're used to. You know what? Hang on. Let's make sure we get the mark on the Kulu's head. How about? There we go. That way we'll get some nice stun damage, hopefully. Oh, jeez. And we're stunned. Thanks, Kulu. Did it just drop that on its own? Or did the Barroth hit it? I don't know what happened there, to be honest with you. Hello, Curse Blessing. Oh, we grabbed another rock. Gosh darn it. No, it just dropped the rock, I think. Barroth Roar dropped it? Ah, that would make sense, I guess. That second time, though, I definitely think it just dropped the rock. Which Barroth do you like more, new gen or old gen? I think it's okay in either. I don't... Outside of, like, I guess I've heard Tri Barroth was supposed to be pretty tough. I don't really think outside of Tri he's been super challenging. Jade Barroth is really cool. But, like, regular Barroth, I think they're all pretty comparable. I'm happy to see him in this game. I think I'm always happy to have Barroth because it's good to have a monster. I mean, we're also fighting Kulu that kind of prominently features this mechanic, but it's good to have a monster where you can't just smash the head. It's a really good lesson for new players. So I'm just a fan of him being here. We gotta be careful not to kill this thing. It's a capture quest. I'm of that opinion too, Infernal Dawn. Basilgeuse is more of a threat in this game's high rank, I think. Although it does have more moves in Rise. Most all the monsters have more moves than Monster Hunter Rise. Which I think is a nice way of adding difficulty to 5th generation movesets. It's just giving them more moves and giving them some combos. Many combos to pull from. Having the player having to learn lots of different variations of the ways the monster can attack is a nice way to add difficulty if you're going to make it really quick for the player to dodge around monsters' moves. No! Please don't stun me. Totally forgot that Kulu was in Rise for a second. It's not super memorable. I wasn't thinking of it much, to be honest. Okay. Me too, Ken. I love Viper Tobikadachi. I'd love to see what they would do with its moveset. See ya, Kulu. Right, first capture quest done. Insect Glaive's really fun. I'm really glad that was the weapon I picked for this playthrough. All the weapons are fun. But I'm very much enjoying Insect Glaive. Oh, items can be delivered, huh? You said Blangonga challenged you in a moveset sense, but what monster challenged your sense of defensive play, made you play more thoughtfully? I mean, that's what Blangonga was, where I couldn't just jump on its head. I had to be a lot more careful about it. Up until that point in Generations, every monster was just me jumping on them. Alright, speaking of Barroth. I don't really remember much about that playthrough, Marks. I wish I could tell you, but I don't really remember much. It's been over 5 years now since I played my first Monster Hunter, so I don't really remember a lot about what monsters first gave me a hard time like that. I wish I did. My memory's not so good even for games we played a year ago. I wish they were. Landing the landslide wyvern. Let's go. Still haven't unlocked the middle camp. Whoops. Nearly 3 years, Ken. It's hard to believe it's been that long. Oh, they give you trap supplies in the box. That's nice. Also, Tomic's dark. Barroth is the strongest monster in the world. Provably so. Right, Barroth. They say to go up this way. Okay. Took you about 30 tries to beat your first Jan Kutku back in Monster Hunter 1. Dude, Kutku in Monster Hunter 1 is messed up, too. It just tail whips over and over and so mean. You can position around it, but it's a pretty mean monster back then. I like Kutku. I wish they would bring Kutku to the new games so much. It's one of my favorite monsters. We played Freedom 1 earlier this year. We played about 100 hours of Freedom 1's low rank. And first gen Kutku, mean. Quite mean. Every monster in Monster Hunter 1 is messed up. Rathian's pretty okay. Why did you do that to yourself? We wanted to experience it. I wanted to play it. I've played Freedom Unite through to completion for the most part. I didn't end up liking Freedom 1 that much, but I think I just wasn't in the mood for it. I want to go back and play some more of it. Whoops. Oh gosh. No! Hey, Divine Blessing or something there. God, the Wild Spare Waste is so fun. What you doing, buddy? Whoops. World maps are really cool in Infernal Dawn. I like being able to climb every bit of the maps in Rise. That makes a pretty big difference to me. Or most of the maps. Like, kind of being able to run all over them is pretty cool. But the world maps definitely feel more lived in and alive. And I think the mixture between the two could be really, really cool. I also really dislike how the endemic life is handled in Rise. Not real... yeah, I really dislike how the endemic life is handled in Rise. Oh, hello. They just feel like Quake pickups. Like you're running around the Quake map and like, oh, the quad damage is up. Let me go get the quad damage so I can ride the monster again from the spider. Monster ride. Or what is it called? The silk spider? I forget what it's called. That's a good comparison. Yeah, they just kind of sit there like items, and then you pick them up and you use them like items or abilities, and they don't really seem like they're supposed to be monsters that are living there that you're using. And like you can do that in this game. Like a dung beetle will run by and you'll kick it and you can get some dung for a dung pod. But that dung beetle is like doing something. It's going somewhere. It's doing things. In Rise, they just float there. It's not very immersive. And like Rise's goal isn't to be as immersive. Clearly is not as much, but it's still a bummer. I kind of doubt we'll have Endemic Life improve in any particular way in Sunbreak, just because it would be weird to have the maps from the old from Rise not have them, or maybe they would add them. That'd be cool. But I think that I would be surprised if that would change, seeing as they already have like an implementation of Endemic Life in Rise, and it's just different. Does World Barroth pay his taxes? Yes, he does. No scams on World Barroth. Or at least the scam is not as bad. Not as bad in World. Do you think that if Rise and Endemic Life had RNG spawns and routines they did that spawn and despawn them, that would be good? Yeah. I mean, like, it's nice to have the map knowledge in Rise to be able to go and get them when you need them, but it's also kind of like a sort of a bummer that they're just always floating there doing nothing. I think if it was like a general area where you know you could find them, it'd be kind of cool. Or like, even if they were still static like they are now, but they were a little bit better integrated, I think it'd be a little more immersive. Summon Diablos? I don't think he's on the map right now. I think it's Giratotus, Rathian, and Barroth in this quest. Like, even the flash bugs that are always in the same place in this game still feel like a little bit less jarring to me. I don't know. And I guess there's some of that in Rise too, I think. But in general, they just feel a little more arcadey. And there's nothing wrong with it. I just miss this game's map's sense of realism, if that makes sense. Between the way the monsters go around them and the way there's so many Endemic Life and there was so much effort put into the Endemic Life, it's like, I miss it when I play Rise. Yeah, it totally does feel organic, like Ken just said. Rise is more arcadey, big facts. Yeah, I mean, and I love that. I love it for it. It's just like, one aspect of it being more arcadey is they didn't spend as much effort on the maps, which I'm okay with. I prefer the combat focus of Rise over the environmental aspect, or environmental focus of World. But I'd love a mixture. This game's cozy. Okay. I like that rock spider too. Like, I also like when you can't see gathering spots as well. I think it's kind of fun to have to search around for things, but I don't think they'll ever change that back. Not at all.
Yeah.
Like, I think having it on the mini map or having it on the map screen that you can open up is good enough, and it doesn't have to be as visually signposted in the environment itself. But that's just me. Hello, hey Benzu, it's good to see you. Welcome. Yeah, exactly, Vio. I doubt they... That's like such a big regression, quality of life-wise. I would be shocked if they ever did that. There's a lot of things, quality of life-wise, that I think have ramifications for gameplay. That's not one of them. The gathering tips, or the gathering pop-ups is not one of them. But there's a lot of quality of life things that I think have pretty big ramifications for gameplay that they're probably never going to go back on. It'd be cool, Ken. Apparently there's a Paolumu here somewhere. Insert Monster Hunter 2 meme. Dose is the closest you'll get. That's for sure. To a survival style Monster Hunter where you have to think about seasons and different times of day and pay attention to the village's fluctuating needs and demands from the quest board and stuff. It's pretty cool. I intend to play it someday. That'll be fun. I have no idea when. We have so many Monster Hunter games to play, man. I forgot to take the quest supplies. Oh well, we have a trap. We'll be all right. What's up, Ken? Are you going to go straight to Iceborne again or move on to a different gen after World? We're going to be playing Rise on PC in a week when it comes out. So we're going to be playing post-game World for the next week, trying to take on some tempered monsters and the remaining Elder Dragons we haven't fought. Maybe doing some challenging quests here at the end of the post-game before moving on to Rise for PC, but we're not doing Iceborne right now. I believe Rise for PC will be a mixture of Rise for PC and maybe some 3 Ultimate as well eventually, but initially it'll be just Rise for PC. We're going to be doing a no Wirefall, no Silkbind playthrough, I think. Using multiple weapons, but with less of a focus on collecting. I don't agree, Rock, but to each their own. What bothers you so much about the combat in Rise? I think if you exploit all of the mechanics, it can be just as abusable as Worlds. But I like that the monster movesets are actually challenging and the monsters are a lot more aggressive. Like, they just have more complex movesets than the monsters, even sometimes than the Master Rank versions in this game. That's the saving grace of that game to me in terms of its combat. Like, I like the other bits of its combat too, but the real strong suit is that the monsters are very complex, pattern-wise. Hey, young Mosa. Good morning. I got you, Rock. That's kind of how I feel about this game. There's so many things that are little that really bother me that I have a hard time enjoying the combat as a whole. So I understand the feeling, but I feel like the opposite about Rise. That's okay. Can you name a few of the things that really, like, come up to the most? Or can you name a few things that come up most when you think about Rise's combat, I guess? It's been a long time, young Mosa. 35 months! Thank you. I hope you're well, and happy holidays. Happy New Year to you. I hope you had a nice holiday season. I just got back from visiting with family. That might be the longest sub on... I believe you are the longest sub on the channel, young Mosa. It's hard to believe it's been like 3 years since we started playing Freebie Night. Was sick after Christmas, but luckily wasn't Rona. That's good. I'm glad you're okay. Silkbind centralized moveset, input drops, roll iframes nerf. Gotcha. I like the roll iframes nerf. Input drops suck. Silkbind centralized movesets do suck. I like that they're kind of optional, but I know a lot of folks don't view them that way. To me, it feels like outside of a few examples, most of the weapon kits are pretty okay, whether you use a different Silkbind or whether you ignore the Silkbinds altogether. Like, when I played Longsword, I just ignored Helm Splitter, and I just went for Sakura Slash, and I used that some of the time, and I just used Longsword's moveset some of the time, and it let me enjoy Longsword a lot more than I ever did in this game. I feel like this game is more streamlined with its... There's very few quests you're required to do to progress through this game. That's one of the things I've been impressed by, is like just how few monsters you're required to fight in order to progress through the story in this game. Rise doesn't feel that streamlined in that way to me. Oops. Trying to introduce a friend who's never played a game before to Monster Hunter Rise. Never played a video game or a Monster Hunter game, Sled Sampler. Me too, young Mosa. And yep, Tomek Stark, they sure do. Video game, that's terrifying. Monster Hunter is a horrible first game. There's so many mechanics. I think as long as you help them learn gradually, they'll be okay. But man, that sounds terrifying. Also, if I'm missing anyone's points about Rise, I apologize. Overall, I'd say less so, Marts. Just because there are a few of the certificate quests doesn't, I don't know. It still feels like there are more required quests in this game. You have to fight 7 monsters in high rank in order to fight Xeno'Jiiva. It's not very many monsters. What is a first good video? Mario, Pac-Man, Dark Souls. Something that has like a good number of controls, but nothing high stress. Like Little Big Planet comes to mind. For me, I don't know why. Mario's a good one. Anything that has you moving around in 3D space, I think with controls that are like decently complex to get used to, but slow paced and relaxing, that's what I would say. Lego Star Wars is another good one, sure. I don't know. Rise is definitely unbalanced. I don't want to say that Rise is perfect. I hope I didn't give that impression, but it just, the things Rise prioritizes in terms of design, like some of the monster movesets, speak so much more to what I enjoy about the series than this game. Yeah, the hunters are way too overpowered in both the games, but I find it easier to ignore in Rise because you have different silk binds, and I don't know. For whatever reason, like I don't know why that is. I've been thinking about that as I've been playing through this game, and I've been having a little bit better time of it this time, but World Iceborne feels like it forces you to try and interact with some of the things that are really unbalanced, more so to me. I don't know if it's just the cadence of the combat or how the clutch claw is in the game, or I don't know. This game feels like it's less optional to participate with some of the stuff that's really truly unbalanced in the weapons kits or in the game in general. I know Rise has forced monster rides, but I don't think monster rides are that unbalanced. Yeah, to me, Rock, that's the thing I enjoy maybe the most. And like I said, I don't really know exactly why. Or I don't know why I'm able to kind of view some things as optional more in Rise than in this game. When you played World, did you expect the sequel to feel anything like Rise? Not particularly, no. World was only my second video game, or my second Monster Hunter game. So I had no expectations. I was really worried that, like, my primary thing and, like, expectation and worry about base game World was that even back then, even when I'd only played Generations and World, I was really worried that monsters would keep flinching and falling over and dying as quickly and easily as they did in base World and Iceborne. Thankfully, Iceborne doesn't necessarily feel like that. But even back then, when it was only my second game, that was my primary concern and complaint. I was like, these monsters just keep flinching and falling over and dying, even though you don't have to work at it very hard. I still feel like that. Yeah, I've played with people like that, Slit Sampler. My wife is like that, where she doesn't play very many video games. She's done enough of it where she's not, like, really foreign with the controller. She's having a better time of it than that, but she's played some 4th generation and 3rd generation Monster Hunter, and she's okay at it. 5th generation Monster Hunter, from the one time she tried it, overwhelmed her a lot more with its camera and controls. Yeah, I don't know why, like I said, Vio, I think that's maybe something that I want to try and think about some more, is like, I don't know why in Rise it feels like I have more options and I don't feel as forced to use the unbalanced damage things that I don't like, whereas in World I do. I don't know if it's just because there are switch skills or what, but in this game I feel like if I'm not using Helm Splitter, Longsword feels bad. In Rise, it feels like I can not use Helm Splitter and be a happy guy, and I can't really tell you why that is. Oh wait, I don't want to kill this thing. Am I gonna be cheeky? Yep, cheeky. This is the best game to do that in. Be an impatient jerk. Try and capture before they leave. The traps are so fast. Yeah, it does, Vio. It's true. I think for almost the entire cast of weapons in Rise, I was able to find a way of playing them that didn't feel too unbalanced or too cheesy. But it's going to vary from person to person. I can't blame anyone, especially people who like going fast, if the way they have to go fast isn't fun for them. That's no fun. No, it's not, Marths. I would say that, I mean, like, yeah, part of it is in this game, when you're using those unbalanced options, or you're using any of the options, the monsters don't feel as satisfying to fight, for me at least. Most of the fights in this game are not as satisfying as any of the ones in Rise. That's fair, Vio. So that might just be part of it. It's just I enjoy the way the monsters are designed and how they move around and how they attack in that game so much more that I have a better time with the weapons. It's true that it probably is a little bit harder to fit in some of those unbalanced moves. I mean, the game still gives you numerous ways to fit in all those strong moves, but with the monsters being a little faster and them having more complex patterns, it's at least a little tougher to fit in some of those over-centralized moves than in this game. I don't know. I don't think it's that cut and dry. I'm speaking of it like it is, but I'm just speaking about how I feel. I don't want anyone to take this as I'm like trying to say this is how it is. This is just how I think about it. And I'm obviously still thinking about it. Tom X Dark, it's nice to meet you. Cheers. Likewise, if you've got subliminal thoughts about World, I sure do. Oh, what did I just do? Oh. Wait, I only picked up one Kulftroth scale. Also, what is this framing on this cutscene? Okay, hang on. Let's get these are the default colors. What is the framing on this cutscene? It's like it was the second update or something. The entire screen is just filled with NPCs. This looks so funny. I mean, we're wearing kind of bulky armor marks, but even still, it's just like they've filled the entire screen up with NPCs. Gooey, nice to meet you. Cheers. Anyways, that's probably enough about Rise vs. World. That's not why I wanted to play this game. And it's not what I want to talk about a whole lot when we play Rise. I'll probably talk about it some, but I want to try and be kind of mindful of the fact that like they're just different games with different focuses. And I definitely prefer one over the other, but they both got merits. Even for somebody like me where I really prefer Rise, there's still things in this game that I really enjoyed. Happy New Year! I miss these in World. Or sorry, I miss these in Rise a lot. These festas. They were so much fun. I don't miss time-limited events, but I wish there were still fests with like bonuses. Fests were genuinely so much fun, so I miss these a lot. I wish they brought them back. It's like they felt they had to go one way or the other, and clearly events were not maybe the focus initially. In World, or in Rise, excuse me. Me too, Young Mosa. I think I remember. I guess we didn't play together back then, but I remember some of the fests being really hype. Alright, we gotta go talk to the guy, the researcher, so we can go get the last capture quest done and fight Kirin.
Yeah.
Alright, capture an Odogaron. I don't really mind Astera that much. Granted, we've only played like 60 hours, but it doesn't really grind my gears too much having to run around. I can get why people do, though. I think the Gathering Hall is so much nicer in World. I really like that you can have people in the village. I think, you know what? I think that there's a ton of things that it's like, if they just combined the two, it'd be great. Rise has a host of things that it does better, and World has a host of things that it does better. I think earlier this year when I played Rise, I was a lot more single-minded about it, where I was like, Rise just does everything better. Like, and it, I mean, even then I knew that wasn't true for some things like the maps, but I think I was a lot closer to feeling that way. And I do feel that way about a lot of the combat stuff, but a combination of these two games would be pretty cool. Yeah, I don't know why they couldn't do it, Biotech. It's so weird. The pub is the best gathering hall in any Monster Hunter you've played. Which one is that from? Toxic. Or Toxic. Tomix, excuse me. Toxic. The GU pub? Ah. Yeah, the GU pub feels pretty baller. Feels like an exclusive Hunter club, doesn't it? You and your buds get to hang out up there, set the music, whatever you want, talk to the nice bartender, and go kick some monster butt. Oh, the Iceborne pub. I like the Iceborne one. And I've barely hunted in that GU pub. I've just watched enough of it that I'm like, oh yeah, it's a cool one. The Iceborne hot spring place is pretty neat. All right. Odogaron. Always a good time. This music, so good. This area is so difficult to fight in with the colors that we've got on the game right now. It's so dark. Kind of hype, to be honest. Oops, I bumped the microphone. Sorry, folks. I think, is white his tail? I was having a hard time finding white buff on him last time. I think it's his back or tail, which is kind of wild. God, if all monsters in World had some patterns like Odo does, it'd be good times. Hear from people with his back legs. Gotcha. I tried, but I guess I missed him. Oof. Is your brightness all the way down? You can't see something? You can't see anything? This is the default brightness in the game, Rock Spider. We have the colors shifted. So darks are a lot darker. So it means this area is pretty dark. Our colors are shifted to be more contrasty. If I turn the brightness up, it makes the brights really bright too. So. Also, thanks, Nerdbasher. Cheers. Thanks, I appreciate it, Rock. That was the goal with the colors, was to make things look a little more vibrant and a little more contrasty, a little less washed out. It does mean that some areas are overly dark, but they're kind of few and far between, so I don't bother with it too much. Don't know often that the vast majority of players at the moment only have World and Iceborne under their belt and have never experienced a G to high rank shift. Yep, that's fair too. I think that the complaints about Rise difficulty are still valid, even though it is just a high rank game. The ways they give you to bully the game are ways to bully the game. Just mean Rise in general, though? It doesn't really make sense that it exists? I don't think that way. I mean, the Switch has sold well. Yeah, I think Vio's right about that. Like, they would have been insane not to target the Switch with some kind of new Monster Hunter. And they're certainly not going to target it with Monster Hunter 6, that's for sure. So, no, I think it makes a lot of sense. They probably couldn't get this... I don't know what to even call this. Like a coal engine of a game? Like, what do you call this game? It runs like awful. It runs so bad on consoles and PC. Like, it just does not run well. They couldn't get this on the Switch, so like, they want to get some kind of thing on there. Yeah, and Rise did well. For so many years and years and years, the Monster Hunter games sold okay, but not like amazing, and now they're selling pretty well, which is cool. Why not release old Monster Hunter on the Switch then? They did. It's called GU. It's got 90 some monsters in it, and most of the maps, and most of the armor and weapons. We've had the discussion a lot of times on stream about why I think that ports are super unlikely, and why I think that Capcom prefers to just port monsters to newer games rather than port games to newer systems. But that's just me. Like, I doubt we'll ever see ports or like HD re-releases of the games. Not close to dead yet. And like, don't get me wrong, I would definitely play an HD re-release of those games. I just don't think it would make sense from a business standpoint. I think it would be cheap for them to re-release just HD ports where they didn't touch anything. They just got it running and made sure it ran okay and went, okay, cool, and they put it out. But I don't think that just releasing old games in their current state would appeal to as many people as they would want to get with those re-releases. So I think they'd be tempted to do work on them, like changing the balance or changing some old funky mechanics or changing the, like, there's lots of different things you could change. Things that were broken, things that they just want to change so that people who've enjoyed the newer games would enjoy them more. And I think at that point, when you actually have a team working on it, not just to get it running, but to change the way the game plays, I think that changes the value proposition a lot in terms of like working on it and playing it. And that's just my personal sense. I'm not a business person. I'm not a video game developer, but I don't think that we'll see them port those games because I really think that they wouldn't be happy just re-releasing those games as is to people. Causing that book moment? I like the book moment. No tail? Oh, I should have carved it. You're right. It's Cody. I'm super absent-minded. I'm sorry. I'm enjoying the discussion too much. Oh, gosh. I'm sorry, Odogaron. So thank you for the reminder. It's Cody. I appreciate it. Open your book to check HP mid-battle. They won't limp. They limp a little more in this game, but it's like, I don't know, both Rise and this game have a problem with monsters not limping very readily. I guess we're not dealing so much damage that I really have to worry about it, but I don't know. It's just easy to get jammed, and especially with a monster like Odogaron where the flow is so freaking good. And like claggers and stuff, like it's just hard to tell when monsters are limp. Ooh. What a great fight this is. I love Odogaron. Oh, I'm in yellow sharp or orange sharpness. Have you considered trying a clagger removal mod? Yeah, I'm not really interested in it. I would be interested in playing the base game if there were a way to play, like if there was a way to play a version of this game that was the night before Iceborne came out. If I could play that version of the game, I would, but I'm not really interested in modding the game from how the developers left it. I have those color mods on, and I have a mod that makes Scout Fly slightly less bright, but I don't know. There's no way of really modding the game to return it exactly how it was right before Iceborne. So I don't want to go down the rabbit hole of mods. I don't really like them. I don't know. I don't want to say outright I don't wish they weren't a thing, but I kind of wish they weren't a thing. How do you do that melee attack that marks the monster for your bug? On the ground, you press R2, and it just does it. It's also part of the dive. The dive has a marking attack in it as well. Very handy with something like a Blast Kinsect. Blast and Poison Kinsects have proven very, very useful, especially Blast. And especially when we were doing hunts like Devil Joe and Basilgeuse and Black Diablos with Pookie Pookie armor where it had no attack skills, the Blast procs were huge. At least you're honest. I think the reason I feel like that is because I really respect these games. Like, I love Monster Hunter a lot, and I respect how the developers make them. And I want to experience exactly what the devs released and form opinions of it and analyze it without any, like, real big gameplay changes from mods. I'm not interested in analyzing a fan version. Yeah, you can also shoot L2, R2, but to me that's dumpy. At least in this game, it's kind of silly. That's different than wishing they didn't exist. I know, which is why, like, I don't really wish they didn't exist. It's like a selfish thing where, like, I think the world would be simpler and nicer if they didn't exist. There's issues with people cheating them cheating with them in speedruns, and like that's not a big deal because I don't really follow speedruns super closely, but it still pisses me off. Like, I don't know. For me, I wish it wasn't really part of Monster Hunter, and so many of them are so grotesque, so overly sexualized and grotesque mods. Which, like, if that's your thing, whatever, go do it. But I find it distasteful. So I don't know. Like I said, I don't really wish that because I don't want to force the way I feel about mods on anybody, but for me personally, I would enjoy the game more if it was like really not much opportunity for modding. You do have some mods? I have 2 slight mods. Yeah, it's true. So, like, clearly I would still... I think Rock... I have them on both because Uchi gave me one of the color mods that they had for their pretty screenshots, and I was happy that I got to play with, like, some of the Uchi settings for colors because Uchi's taken a lot of really cool screenshots over the years in World Iceborne. There's the color mod and there's the Scoutfly slightly less bright, but I would be just as happy playing without them. I'd be okay. I don't know. Hey, Rylarth, welcome. Like I said, I don't really wish that. It would just be a personal thing for me where I would probably be happier if the modding just didn't really exist for World. But it doesn't really, like, it's me not liking them doesn't mean you're not allowed to or anything. I don't think lots of people who use mods, it's just not the way I'm going to enjoy the game personally. Yeah, stuff like a Pro Controller mod in Infernal Dawn, I would be down for that if I was playing with a Pro Controller. That's the kind of thing I'd be into. Sorry, that was a long-winded way of saying that I wasn't going to use any mods or any of the Clagger removal mods or anything. We've had pretty long discussions about it on stream before in the past. I have a hard time describing how I feel about it. Hi, Odogaron. Time to cap him. I like that he jumps this pit. That's cool. That pit's so gross looking. Yuck. Really love mods. You dream of your perfect Monster Hunter and mods help you realize that vision, but you understand your point of view. Yeah, and I don't blame you either. Like, I think Rock Spider, part of it is also like when I'm coming back to a game like this, I'm coming back explicitly with the purpose of like, I want to form some fresh impressions of like what World is. I want to form some fresh impressions of what its combat's like, what its progression is like, what the experience of playing is like, so I have up-to-date impressions in my head, both having played more Monster Hunter now, and so I can use those impressions to kind of intelligently, or hopefully intelligently, talk about Monster Hunter going forward in different ways. If I'd already played just hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of this game, and I'd played all the quests and played all the weapons, and I'd seen everything there was to see, I think I'd probably be a lot more down with modding it. But as of right now, especially when I'm trying to just form impressions, it's like, no, I definitely just want to form impressions on what's here. I'm not really interested in modding it, but yeah, I don't know. Even then, I don't know if I'd be into it, but I definitely understand, and like, I would probably be a lot more apt to do so if I was coming back as like a, I've already played all of World, let's just do whatever. Or like, let's experience it in a new way kind of playthrough. How did I feel about Vaal? It was a little too easy, but it was really cool. It has more moves than I remember, and more mechanics and like different phases with its effluvium than I remember. Like, sometimes its effluvium is all around it. Sometimes it's on it, but not in AoE. Sometimes there's a little AoE around it. It was cool. I really liked its moveset. That's also part of it for me too, Dog Crotchel. I think that the number of mods that are like high quality enough and made with the intention to fit into the game as like in line with how Monster Hunter devs might design an addition to the game are like really few and far between, to the point where I would be really picky and choosy if I did try to get into mods. But that's like weird, and I don't know. It's just weird. But I feel some of that too. It's weird. I've said it's weird a few times. It's something I wish I could describe better to you guys, but I don't know if I can. Yeah, and like, I'm not trying to crap on it, I'm a person. It's just something I wouldn't be interested in personally. Okay, where's this Kirin quest? I have to talk to somebody to get it? Ah, yeah, looks like it. There we go. Oh, he's over here. No, not you. There we go. Come on. Okay. Low rank Kirin time. Yeah, we'll do low rank Kirin tonight as one of our final quests, and then we'll do high rank Kirin soon. Gone in a flash. Slay a Kirin. I remember liking World Kirin a lot. Oh, I forgot to thank Dredge and Cypher for the follow a couple minutes ago. Sorry, I must have been talking about something rather intently. I apologize. Could be Dragon on Fire. They're kind of similar. Infernal Dawn, I feel like how I felt about that personally was that they've already been removing so many aspects of like, so what hot and cold drinks tie into is you're going into environments where you need to be prepared for the environment, right? You need to be bringing hot or cool drinks. You need to be planning ahead. It adds a little bit of tension as they're running out, so it's another thing to manage. You can run out of them if the quest is long enough, which means that you kind of have to be a little bit more careful in those areas. All of that preparedness is something that's been kind of been downplayed for the last few games. And so therefore, if they're already downplaying the preparedness or like the preparation aspect of the hunt, because you can always go back and restock, it's like it doesn't really matter. In World they had them, but they also had the materials out in the map to auto craft them right next to the areas that were hot or cold. So it's like at the point that you've already got like basically hot drink and cool drink dispensers right next to the hot and cold areas, it's like, what are we doing here? Nothing productive. So it's like, if they're not going to emphasize that part of the game, then sure, get rid of it. Yeah, I understand that, Rockspire, too. I think to me, it's like I trust the devs from Monster Hunter to make a better game than most modders. I guess. I think the vast majority of people making mods aren't going to make something that gels with the rest of the game very well. But that's pretty biased, especially when I haven't played so many of them. Or even seen video of many of them. Oh, hello! That camera was sickening. Cool! Let's hunt a Kirin. Where is white buff? Oh, we got it. We're good. Okay, so it's got a close set of explosions. Single explosion in front of it. Whoop! Yeah, I think it's okay for people to feel different ways about that, Rock Spider. It's fine for you to want to mod the game and not feel the same sort of like beholdenness to the developer intention or developer, I don't know, the developers, like Dog Crotchel and I are talking about. I don't really think everybody needs to feel that way. Yep. Yeah, not always, but sometimes. I agree with you. There are examples where it's true. I think those examples are probably few and far between, but like I said, I haven't tried enough mods to really say in any sort of intelligent capacity. And I can acknowledge that. Will you do the high rank cap quest from base world that can be completely ignored with Iceborne? We're not doing all quests right now, IRB Gujin, no. Our goal for the next week or so is to take on some tempered monsters and some tough end game hunt, or late, like, post-game high rank hunts. Ah! Yeah, I know. I've heard that. It's cool whenever somebody does. My impression was that Hex was more on the technical side of things than the creative side of like game balancing things, but I could be wrong. Maybe I have a wrong impression on that. But that's still not to degrade from the fact that like they took somebody who was from the community and brought them in-house. Yeah, and like also, like I said, me saying that I'd like to play the games just the developers release it doesn't mean I think that that's best or anything, or it's most fun, or it's not like the developers release it perfectly or anything, because they sure don't. Like, there are sure some balancing issues in this game, and Rise, and every Monster Hunter game, really. But when it comes down to it, I want to be able to intelligently talk about and analyze and compare things between Monster Hunter games, and I can't really do that in good faith if I'm comparing a fan version of something. I think that's the biggest part of it for me, which is probably different than how a lot of folks look at the series. They're just looking to have fun and play Monster Hunter as close to their ideal as possible. They're not worried about being able to talk different ways about how the different games have handled different kinds of things. I don't know, IRB Gudja. We'll see. It depends on how far our hunter rank gets. Right now we're at 21 or 22. My goal is definitely not to grind HR. But if we had some of those quests, I might think about doing them. That'd be cool. Ooh, it looks so cool when it's raged. Oh, I mean, I agree with you too, Shadow Upon the Tempest. I'd rather they go back and introduce more preparation rather than go forward and remove it. But if they're going to remove it, there's no point in hanging on to hot and cool drinks. I'm genuinely not trying to just complain about it, physicist. We've been having a pretty varied conversation tonight about World in general. We were talking about how, right now, for a lot of us, our ideal Monster Hunter game would be a nice mixture of World and Rise. I'm sorry if when you joined it's felt like that recently. The conversation we were having just now was why some people like using mods and some people like just using the vanilla game. I like using the vanilla game. That's the goal of Dog Crotchel. Stunned. And... woo! Man, that was close. I really like this Kirin. I do believe. I like it because it's so much a fight that makes you play patiently and wait for openings, and there aren't that many fights like that in this game, and it just stands out. It's so cool. Oh god, I'm so bad at it too. Ah. That's kind of how I feel too, Physicist, where I really like just playing the game as the devs released it, but other people really enjoy being able to change it to their whim, and I can't say that they're wrong. I mean, they're just wanting to enjoy the game in a totally different way than me. I remember liking it back then, Marths, and I like it now too. I liked it back then because I was using Lance, and it genuinely wasn't as hard as some other weapons probably had a time with it, because you can just counter all of its stuff. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too, Physicist, where I have 2 mods installed. One tweaks the colors on screen, and one makes the scout fly slightly less bright, but that's it. Just visual stuff like that. Yeah, I can't say the ideas behind Ice are for me either, but like, I don't know, some people have played enough of this game in its original format that like, they're probably tired of it. They probably would rather try and play a remixed version like Ice than play through Iceborne and World again, because they've been playing it for several years. Sometimes it makes me upset, especially if folks are trying to go around saying it's like just better. It's like, it's okay if it's better for you, but please word it that way so that like, I don't know, so it facilitates decent conversation. I think people around here are pretty good about that, but definitely not everywhere on the world, or ever on the internet, that's for sure. I tried to be pretty subtle about it with my choices, Dog Crotchel, but yeah, if it was like, some visual stuff is pretty obtrusive. There are a lot of texture packs for older Monster Hunter games. There's only 1 or 2 good ones, and they're for Double Cross and they're for Ultimate because of the Double Cross textures. That's my personal opinion, but man, the Portable Third and Free Midnight texture packs I've seen are, whew, they are something. Would you like Water Nargacuga from Monster Hunter Explorer in your Portable Third? Because here he is! I think those people are pretty short-sighted, Physicists, but that's okay. There's always going to be people who are, like, reductive and not willing to have a good faith discussion. And it's just like, at a certain point, you gotta cut and run. I think there's a better one now. I've seen a more recent one, Shadow Upon the Tempest, that genuinely looks great. It might even use some textures from Double Cross. But so far, the only texture packs I can know for sure that I really enjoyed, or like really actually like looking at, are the ones that are like kind of pulling switch textures off of GU and Double Cross and putting them into emulators for the 3DS versions or the older games. What about mods that fix bug fixes? Oh yeah, I am running the performance patch, of course. Yeah, I don't have any issue with those either. Yeah, those are neat, Physicists, because it's clear that the people who made those put so much time and effort into them. I still probably wouldn't play them because it's like, I don't really care to form impressions of like a fake monster or a monster that's not real. He's not actually in the game. Like White Fatalis is not in this game. Crimson Fatalis is not in this game. Like, to me, it's just kind of fake. But it's cool how much effort and time went into making that look so real and so convincing. Yep, that's Marth's tip, Physicist. They're right there. A lot of their quests were, I don't know, I guess I would say their quests, both in terms of difficulty and rewards, both in terms of like monster materials and HR points, were inspired heavily by how the actual official event quests were. They tried to stay sort of at least within some way inspired by the actual developers. Some of their quests are pretty out there though. That's funny. Whoop, I'm gonna miss. Not too badly, actually. Yeah, exactly, physicist. You got it. Yep. I think the mods that I would be more willing to try out in general are ones that I feel like are ones that have a lot of effort put into them to try and be as faithful to the spirit of Monster Hunter as faithful to the spirit of Monster Hunter as possible. And that's pretty nebulous and subjective, but you know it when you see it, or at least I do, for myself at least. I feel the same way, physicist. Like, people just have very different goals in Monster Hunter than I do, and that's all right. Those mods are just a stark reminder. Like, some people just play this game to get the best gear and kill monsters fast and go, okay, I killed the monster fast. I'm done. No, I agree with you, Mars. That's fair. I'm aware of that. I'm not trying to even ever say that how I'm experiencing the game is how the developer intended it. I'm trying to experience the game in the way I find the most fun, while also trying to experience enough of most of the mechanics where I can intelligently talk about them. There are some mechanics I'm just not really interested in talking about. I'm not interested in talking about mantles. I'm not really interested in talking about, I don't know, currently at least, I'm not interested in talking about Prowler mode or what the gameplay is like with a Palico. That's kind of the stuff where, like, you know, I'm not super interested in talking about that. So I don't really partake in those mechanics as much. I don't, my pets in Rise are, I mean, they're leveled up, but they're not really like geared out. I didn't really play with them a whole lot. But I don't know, Martz, I'm never gonna say that I'm sitting here playing the game as it was meant to be played. Like, that's not what we're doing here. We killed Devil Joe in Pookie armor. Like, what? Anybody who says that, like, playing without a Palico is easier is full of it. There are aspects that are nicer or, like, more straightforward about playing without a Palico, but in all of the games, except maybe Freebie Night, it's absolutely more advantageous to have another entity that's taking up literally half of the monster's moves, giving you twice as many free openings to deal damage, heal, or sharpen. Like, the reason I say not in Freebie Night is because in Freebie Night, the bomb cats will actually blow you up, and that's screwed. But, like, outside of Freebie Night, in every single game, it is a lot more advantageous to have a Palico with you. And there's nothing wrong with that. But it's just, I've also heard a lot of people say that, physicist. And it is a trade-off. There are pluses and minuses to both, but I think in general, having all of the monsters aggro focused on you at all times throughout the entire hunt is quite a lot more difficult than dealing with the inconsistency of having a Palico with you in the area. This Kirin's blind. I'm having a rough time. Yeah, I mean, it bothers me too, Dog Crotchel. Like, the thing that I enjoy practicing the most is learning the monster's movesets and learning to deal with the monster's aggression solo. That's part of what I love the most about this game, is trying to get monsters' movesets down to the point where I can understand them and get moves in of my own edgewise. And when there's another entity in the area, whether it's another player or a Palico, it makes it a lot harder for me to do that. And so I have a harder time with it. When I play multiplayer, I guess there are a few quests, like custom quests that are hard, or hard final bosses where you really have to all be careful as a group. They're really still fun in multiplayer, but for the most, or like still very challenging and dangerous in multiplayer. But for the most part, when I'm playing multiplayer, I'm just playing to have fun. I'm just playing to hang out. And you do learn different skills playing multiplayer. You learn how to be a good team player and how to group up. I don't know. I like it. We need a healing anyways. Have some beans. And thank you guys for engaging in nice discussion with me tonight. I appreciate it. This hunt's harder in multiplayer. I remember folks saying that. Hello, Hacky Seal. Chilling with Kirin. Is this tempered? No, it's low rank Kirin. We're in unupgraded low rank armor. This is how we were playing through this game. Is we for most of the game we were most of low and high rank. We've been not using very strong gear. At the very end of high rank here, we've made a set using some Rathian and Nergigante pieces that is a little bit more strong, and we've made a Nergigante Glaive, which is pretty strong. But that's the first time we've had like on rank gear the entire time. Big Hoffa, thanks for the follow. Cheers. We just beat Xeno'Jiiva earlier tonight. What's up, Marts? I'm curious. I'm curious about what you're thinking. Pow. Pow, pow. Yeah, this thing's taking a while. Ah! I really don't like fighting it in this area. It's super cramped. I have no healing either. Oh. Oh. Have you fought high rank Kirin? You have to fight low rank Kirin to unlock high rank Kirin. So that's what we're doing right now. Insect Glaive actually has a tough time with this fight because multi-hits are so bad on hardened hit zones. Oh, God. Holy crap. We are going to die. Herbs. Herbs. No! The herbs. Yeah, you're not the only person I've heard Rockspader who really doesn't like Rise Lance. I've heard a lot of folks say that. Played IG and Rise. You like trying new weapons each time a game comes out? That's nice. It's good to kind of vary things up, I think. Gives you a lot of fresh experiences and impressions and teaches you a lot of new things too. What glaive are you using? We're using a set that has Ice Res, Airborne, Constitution, Wide Range, and Divine Blessing, and the glaive is the Iron Blade 3. So we're a little under geared for an end of low rank quest. Alright, I'm coming over here to grab some herbs. Main reason for making custom quests in the first place was because you wanted to give multiplayer back some Monster Hunter virtues. Thought got lost in translation from solo to multiplayer. Obviously not everything can be translated back over, but the tension and endurance demanded I wanted to share with friends, and of course you wanted to get creative with it. I think you succeeded. Okay, let's go hunt the Kirin. We've got some mega potions. Hopefully they'll help us. Does not appear to be weak yet. Oh, jeez. I really gotta play more patient. I was talking about how much more patiently you have to play around Rise or around Kirin, World Kirin. I'm just not even following that advice. Low rank Kirin OP. This is making you want to do a new playthrough now. I hope you enjoy it if you do type Parsley. Ah. Yeah, it is frustrating, isn't it, physicist? I was talking about earlier how I have an easier time in a game like Rise where I can kind of customize the movesets of the weapons. I have an easier time ignoring some of the imbalances, whereas in a game like World where you kind of are stuck with the ways that the weapons are, I find it a little bit more frustrating when the weapon like Longsword is so crazy. But that's me personally, and I was kind of exploring why I feel like that. Yeah, it's a lot more satisfying, physicist, when the content doesn't demand that you sandbag. That's for sure. Playing like this with like super, like, this is a bad example, but playing World like I have been with like super nerfed gear in order to have like a semblance of a good time brings me no joy. I wish this game was paced where like something outside of the very end of high rank was actually challenging. Kirin hide. I always thought it was funny how this thing hopped up the walls like that. Is the Kirin Horde break gated by HP like Deora Teo? I'm not sure. I gotcha, physicist. Sure. I think it bothers a lot of us when certain ones are super duper strong or super duper weak. You'd wish they did a better job of balancing it. You'd think they'd be able to, but they impress every time. And you're a perfectionist? Yeah, we all care about these games a bit. Ugh. How did I get hit by that? It's like the most simple move. No, it comes out really early too. Just mental, Dog Crotchel. It's a mental thing. Good to know. That does damage when it enrages. I did not know that. Now I do. We'll try it one more time tonight, then I gotta go to bed. The enrage actually does a lot of damage. I can see that now. Being struck by lightning hurts. I didn't know it did lightning. Alright, we're bringing more potions this time. Like, I didn't know that was a move. Now I do. Did cycle out. You can tell me about them, physicist, it's fine. Fucking cycled out. It didn't cycle out? It's at the top? Oh. I'm going to bed after this one. I was close, Martz. I was close to just going, that's it, never mind, I'm going to bed. Can't even read the quest list, Jesus. I think the hardest quest in Monster Hunter World was the double tempered basil if you were in appropriate gear. I know I did that one at some point, but yeah, I remember it being hard. Yeah, so far Basil Goose has been one of the few hunts that's been super duper challenging for us physicists. We did all the hunts leading up to Nergigante and Pookie Pookie armor, and we did every monster that was available. So we did Devil Joe, Black Diablos, and Basil Goose in Pookie Pookie armor, unupgraded, and it was terrifying. Terrifying. I don't think the bombs do true damage to you, Harurush. I don't think it works like that. Basil is the Gravios of 5th gen. I don't feel that way personally, but to each their own. Basil Goose is at least a fight. I guess I should say they might just be raw damage, but they're not like true damage like when the player lays down bombs. That's true damage towards the monster, I don't think. Anti-melee monster? Gotcha. I still feel like Basil Goose does a way better job of that than Gravios. Alright, two things we're going to try and get better at. We're going to do a lot more poking with just one single attack, and we're going to leave our Kinsect to attack a lot more often. Hello, Otaku the Canadian. Welcome. This is our first Kirin. It's a low rank one. We're in low rank gear. You have to do the low rank one to unlock high rank one, and so we're trying to unlock high rank Kirin by doing this one first. Even in 4U physicists, I feel like just mount the monster to win is like not a great fight design. Like mount a monster if you want to deal any damage, or like focus on this mounting minigame if you want to do any damage to this monster is like pretty bad fight design. It's better than bounce if you want to deal damage to this monster, but it's still not great. Yeah, it was a nice thing that like there was actually a way to deal with him that wasn't gunning or bombs or poison, I guess. Poison still works just fine. And Martz, don't worry. I'm not going to be super reductive and say like Gravios isn't a fight at all. He's a really good fight at teaching you something, and that is the gunner controls. I was proud of that joke. Do you have the DLC? Because for Kirin you love using Charge Blade. I do have the DLC, but we're just doing the base game content right now. We could be using Charge Blade, but I'm trying to stick to one. I'm trying to stick to one weapon at the moment. Also, owned min-maxer, welcome. You'd be fine with Kirin never returning. I know a lot of folks don't like Kirin like that. I'm okay with like low and high rank Kirin in all of the games. G rank Kirin in some of the older games just makes me mauled. It's so nuts. I thought it was just Free Me Night, but I recently tried 4U's G rank Kirin for the first time and I was like, oh, it's the same. Or like it's the same kind of mauled inducing, not the same fight. I missed. Yay, Kinsect. Woo! So scary with those popping off around you. I do Shadow upon the Tempest. I think that's what I'm referencing. That was hellish. It's awful. I'm gonna resort to mounts. Or at least a mount. Charge Blade has a combo that you and your friends don't know if other people call it the Pizza Cutter. Is it the Savage Axe mode? Pizza Cutter Charge Blade is great. Or are you talking about the combo where you you do AED2 into upswing into AED2? Like the round and round move with the files? That move rocks. It's great. Nice, Rylar. Are you going to make anything with the materials, or are you just doing it for progression? Oop, I walked into one. Shoot. That's Savage Axe mode, Otaku the Canadian. It's a cool part of the weapon. I haven't played a whole lot of Charge Blade in this playthrough, but I've played some in Monster Hunter Rise, and I played a little bit in this game in the past. And I guess other games too, like 4 Ultimate and Generations Ultimate, but those games didn't have Savage Axe mode. Or the Spinning Shield. Yeah, Dog Crotchel, when I first played this game, I played it with Lance. Or I played part of it with Lance, and I did Kirin with Lance. It was nice. What? Oh, there's a description. A phantasmal creature that few have ever seen. Catching a glimpse of this creature is a shocking sight. That's cool. Is this PC? It is. FADAP, Pfizer, hit vaccine deaths. Okay. Well. Bye. I didn't ban, but I'm presuming that's because of the name. Maybe not a great name. Was that a bot? No, but they had a pretty distasteful name. Kirin! Liking Old World right now, though it's cool. Which game are you playing right now, Ryla? Are you playing Generations Ultimate? It's the only Old World game you have, sadly. It's okay. They aren't going anywhere. You'll get to play them someday if you want to. Whether on emulator or the consoles or whatever. Whoop, hello. Sorry, Rock. That sucks. There's a lot of that going around. It's not much fun. It's always rough when there's people who are close to you, too. It's like, how do I interact with you in a way that's, like, reasonable? Without, like, I don't know, villainizing the person. It's rough. I think I prefer we avoid going in depth on the topic in chat here. There's enough places around the internet to talk about that, but I'm sorry to hear that, Roxplayer. It's not much fun. This is a place where you get to be entirely too serious about things that don't have much sway in the real world. There are plenty of other places where you can be serious about things that have sway in the real world and are serious. There's maybe too many places like that. This is a place where you get to talk for like a freaking hour about mods or hit zones or like whatever it is. And that's what we've made, that's what we're going to be sticking to here. Doesn't mean you can't share when something's down about, or like when you're down about something though. There's just certain topics we'll like go, yeah, that's enough of that. Let's talk about how in Toikoden you can homoerotically bathe with the NPCs. So it's like Fire Emblem. Right? Yeah, we're extra serious about how Gravios is only good for learning the bowgun controls. He's a great tutorial for bowguns. Oh no, I dodged into it. Still would like to figure out a way you can get 3U and 4U. All you can find on emulating required either the actual 3DS or piracy. Yeah, that's about it. Nintendo hasn't offered any way of playing 3DS games outside of a 3DS itself. It sucks there's so much gray area around that. It'd be great if the companies just released their games or like gave you ways to officially emulate things. That would be the best thing, is like, just give us ways to pay for it, dude. So many of us would. Ugh. Oh my gosh, no! Dead! We didn't die. That one just was a We thought we were gonna get away. Is that a cart emote? I like cart emotes. I like that emote, Otaku. It's Kirin alright, it sure is. Good stuff. I like World Kirin. I'm glad the low rank Kirin is giving us a run for our money. This game's so pretty. Love investing in the maximum health possible. That would be very intelligent of us. If we had like vitality up, or if we used max potions right now, it'd be very smart of us. Maybe an ancient potion, yeah, maybe. I forgot I even had that charge move. I hadn't been paying that close attention. We can do those really fast, huh? Alright, when it's raged, that circle move hits twice around its body. Otaku, thanks for the follow. Otaku the Canadian, I should say. That's your full name. I hope you're enjoying the Monster Hunter and the discussion here. I hope all y'all are. We've had some nice discussion topics tonight. Was betting on that one. Give me that Vigor Wasp. Have any more thoughts on monster predictability between ranks? You know what, Marth? I feel like I did at the beginning of the night. I was trying to think of an answer for you before the stream started. I've forgotten it now. Like the thought that I had, I've already forgotten. I'm sorry. Dumping the physical copy. I'm a person does indeed require a 3DS. There's no way for you to like read 3DS cartridges without a 3DS, unfortunately. Yep, a 2DS. Yeah, 2DS or 3DS. A 3DS family system console. So an original 3DS, original 3DS XL, 2DS, new 3DS, new 3DS XL, or new 2DS XL. All will do just fine. So any of those will be fine. And at least original 2DS is like the wedge should at least be cheaper than the other ones. Alright, cool, it's leaving. I want to sharpen. You only have a 1DS, like a Nintendo DS or a DS Lite? It's a good console. If you do like playing Monster Hunter handheld at all, I know like if you're into emulation, you might not be, but if you do like playing handheld Monster Hunter at all, 3DS is up there. It's got the most Monster Hunter of any single console. 3 G-rank titles. I guess if you mod Double Cross with an English patch and put it on there. What about the PSP? The PSP has 2 G-rank titles, but the 3DS has a beat. They're close, but the 3DS has a beat. Yeah, that's fair. I don't blame you, Otaku. A lot of folks I know are like that, where they're just like, handhelds, what's that? I want my PC. I'm a big sucker for handhelds, so I like handheld consoles and handheld play. But I don't fault people for not feeling that way. Kirin taking a beating? It's been beating us up for the past, like, hour, so... Well, maybe not an hour, but close now. So it deserves it. Should be taking a beating. And yeah, the DualShock 4 is really good. I'm using one right now. Nice. Steam Deck will be a godsend for the PC players that want a bit of handheld action. I hope it's good, and I hope it does good stuff for Linux. I hope it's comfortable. It looks really, really large, but I hope it's comfortable for folks. I'm like, I don't know. Folks who've been around the stream for a while will know that I'm a bit of a nut when it comes to like streaming and capturing footage off of original hardware, so I'm not a big emulation person, but I can respect it. Ah! Holy crap, that was so close to a one-shot. Ah. I did not mean to run under the wall. Feel free and drop a link to those in the harbor section of the Discord if you want, Dog Crotchel. They sound cool. Okay, I find the whole topic interesting because monsters are supposed to get harder between ranks. AI quirks that lead to predictability and therefore exploitability is only part of the puzzle. Numerical stat increases. Do you use predictability to balance out the stat increases, literally adding more learnable depth to later game monsters, or do you, on principle, make monsters slightly more erratic or introduce mix-ups? Something that will purely increase difficulty. I don't think you make things more erratic. I think it probably varies from monster to monster is the correct answer. Some monsters will stay as predictable. Some will get more erratic. Some will just get more options, which makes them feel more erratic. I don't know. Someone at Capcom should hire Marths? I think so too. Yo! This is a bad idea. Hey, 20% HP. Bonk. Woo! We're doing it. Took 2 tries though. I appreciate that. High rank Kirin should be fun tomorrow. Tomorrow we're probably going to do Kirin and Legiana, or at least one of the two. We'll see. You know how some monsters get new follow-ups to moves that they didn't have before with identical startups, so respect is added to that move because you have no idea if they're going to do the new thing? Yeah, I feel like just adding complexity will make things inherently less predictable, Marths. So I feel like you do make things less predictable as you go through the game because there are more options and it's faster. And it's, yeah, I think inherent in adding anything, whether it's more options or different versions or new moves entirely, is going to make it less predictable. So I think that's your answer. It's like you make things less predictable by addition. No, there's a physical issue with the Joy-Con Wii with coffee that causes it to have defects and then drift. Bonk. Ah! The insect looks so cool flying in this game. Bonk. Oh god. What a bad idea. No, there was another one. Shoot! Down to our last cart. I'm so mauled. I didn't realize there was going to be ones cross-hatching the other lines of thunder there. I should have just stayed someplace safe rather than walking away. I think you just moved too far to the side. I think there was a horizontal one going across. Could have been. This is the type of hunt Rist loves. It is. It's taken a long time. We're down to our last cart. Means it's a good hunt. Wasn't enraged? We were just low on health. Cross-hatching isn't a thing until Master Rank? Okay, then I just screwed up. Never mind. You should give World another try as you hear the PC version's better. I mean, it can be. It runs pretty poorly, Dr. Jim. It will eat up all the resources your PC will give it, and then will run okay in return. There's a performance mod that helps. I guess when I wasn't streaming, I didn't have too much trouble running it well, but when I was streaming, I ran into a lot of technical difficulties, and I had to spend some time kind of customizing it to make it run well. Not so much with even changing the graphics settings. It's not like the graphics settings are too heavy for most PCs. It's just really unoptimized. All right, come on, we gotta finish this thing off. This is, like, I think probably the place where I'd say this game is going to be the easiest to run well is going to be the new generation consoles, Xbox Series and then PlayStation 5. It's supposed to run at 4K 60 pretty easily on those because the settings are pretty dialed in from the PS4, and you just run them via back compat. On PC, you still need to install the performance mod, or else it's going to eat up all your resources just because. PS4 Pro, it runs okay. I have one. That's how I played the game initially. It was on PS4 Pro. God darn it, I walked into that. Holy crap, we're so close. PS4 Pro, it runs at like 45 frames per second. There's no consistent way to get it to run at 30 or 60 on any of the last gen consoles. That's even gone now, Dog Crotchel. It still runs poorly. It's just unoptimized. Well, we're gonna have to try low rank Kirin again tomorrow. Yeah, World, it's not even GPU related yet, it's CPU. It's awful. It's actually awful. Like, here's how awful it is that I know that we failed the quest. We'll be back for more Kirin tomorrow night. But I have a 16-core CPU, well, it's like 8-core, 16-thread CPU in this computer, right? It's a laptop, so it's not like a huge high-wattage chip, but like it's still 16 cores. So still 8 cores, 16 threads. I can take World, which is using all the cores, and I can tell it, use half of those. You don't get all those cores anymore. Like, I can force it to run on only 8 instead of 16, and the performance doesn't change. It's still bad. What graphics card? We're on a 3060. When I'm not streaming, it's not an issue. When I am streaming and locally recording and playing the game, we've had some poor performance. But like, I shouldn't be able to take this game that's like coming close to maxing a lot of cores and take away half the cores and have it run the same. Something's wrong. Yeah, it is fine, Dog Crotchel. But especially with streaming and recording, I had to do a lot of optimization for it. It's okay. Anyways. I really appreciate all the different conversations we got to have tonight. It was a nice night. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Like I said, we're going to be back tomorrow with Kirin and then Lunastra if we can get to it. If it's anyone's first time here and you liked it, I'm Ristretto. I'm slowly playing through World right now, kind of meandering around, checking out some of this game's progression to form some fresh impressions. And then we're going to be doing a special playthrough of Monster Hunter Rise on PC, starting up soon. Feel free to leave a follow if you'd like to watch some more. It's Cody. Cheers. Appreciate it. Also, help me on garbage. Cheers. I missed your follow a moment ago, but thanks for the follow. If you want to know when we're going live, you can find that on Discord and Twitter. I just dropped some links in the chat there, and then we do have a YouTube where we upload VODs. That's my plug. Besides that, I'm glad you guys were here and chatted. It was really nice to get to meet some of y'all and have some nice discussions. Thanks for coming on by. Cheers, typed Parsley. It's good to see some faces we haven't in a while. Rock and Physicist, it's good to see you guys. Same with Young Mosa and Ken, who we don't get to see all the time as well. The last thing we're going to do here tonight is I'm going to go ahead and find somebody else who's streaming Monster Hunter, and we're going to give them a raid. So let's see who's on. Ideally, somebody playing Monster Hunter World. Oh, Mart's tip. Thanks for the follow. Wow. Appreciate it. Let's see. Do we know anybody playing Monster Hunter World right now? I don't think we do. Actually, you know what? I do. Mighty Peanut is playing Monster Hunter World. They're doing some Iceborns, or Iceborns probably. So why don't we go ahead and give them a raid? Kie is on, that's all who you know. I saw them on there. I think I'm going to raid Mighty Peanut because they don't have as many people hanging out with them right now. So we're going to go ahead and give them a raid. Park Ranger, cheers. I'll see some of you guys tomorrow night, hopefully. Like I said, we're going to be doing some more Kirin in low rank. And then if we ever finish low rank Kirin, we'll move on to high rank Kirin and Lenostra. Alright. I hope you guys have a nice night or a good day, whatever time it is where you guys are. Thank you for the good discussion. Thanks for hanging out. Cheers. I'll see you guys all again tomorrow, and good night. Bye-bye.